Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm a Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're going to be talking about April. Your April horoscopes, folks. Before we do that, especially for those of you who are new here, I want to let you know that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is written in the stars-astrology.com. I am a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients on a day-to-day basis. It is my passion and I believe my purpose to help people reconnect with their soul's intentions, to help people fulfill their potential, and also live a life in alignment with the cosmos. So once again, my website is written in the stars-astrology.com. You're going to find it in the description box as well and in the pinned comments. What's going on in April in the sky? I have so much that I want to share. So let's start with the very, very beginning. Things are starting to get untangled. That's what's going on. Mercury is going direct. Venus is also going direct. Mercury is going to go direct on the 7th of April, Venus on the 12th, 13th, depending on where you're based in the world. I feel like this is really exciting because we've probably had enough of reviewing, revisiting, reevaluating things since the beginning of this year. First, Mars was retrograde. Mars went direct end of February, but then Venus went retrograde beginning of March, and Mercury went retrograde mid-March. Another transit that I am also quite excited about is Mars finally getting out of Cancer. Mars doesn't really like to be in Cancer. It's been there for approximately 6 months, essentially, with a short stay in Leo over the winter. So pretty much as of September of 2024, Mars has been moving along through Cancer, and I repeat, it's finally getting out of this sign and going into confident Leo on the 18th of April. The sun is also changing signs. The sun is going to go into the sign of Taurus, into the calm, tranquil home of Taurus on the 19th of April. Speaking of confidence, confident Leo, Mars in Leo. Speaking of calm, Taurus. In my experience, very few things have helped me achieve a state of calm and confidence at the same time, especially when I was going through major life transformations, especially in the past when I was dealing with daily stressors, with fears coming together with these big life transformations that I was experiencing. I don't actually talk about this a lot. Historically, I probably didn't do much of that because I, metaphorically speaking, don't really want to feed in any shape or form via attention, via energy, the challenging feelings that I was experiencing when I was going through life upheavals. But going back to what helped me achieve confidence and calm, it's two things in particular. Working out. I mean, if you follow me also on Instagram, you're gonna know that I'm pretty big on that. I've been working out pretty much my entire life. And also, something else that I've mentioned in the past, meditation has actually made a huge difference for me. I've started meditating daily since my Saturn return for approximately, it's been almost 3 years. So I meditate daily now, no exceptions. No excuses. Sometimes I do a quick 5 to 10 minute meditation. Other times when I feel like it, I do like a 30 minutes long or like an hour long meditation on the Aura app. And I have to say, overall, I feel like it's pretty much dramatically improved my life. It's helped me manage and reduce stress. It's helped me manage anxiety, reduce overthinking, recenter myself, and you have heard me mention Aura before. It is time to give them a shout out again. I also want to thank Aura for sponsoring this video. Meditating with Aura has helped me so much with maintaining or regaining my calm in times of stress. It's also helped me regulate my nervous system and feel confident enough to tackle whatever the day might throw at me. It's actually super easy to implement meditations in my routine via the Aura app. It almost feels like you have in your pocket a personal spiritual coach. I also love the fact that Aura seems to know all the time what sort of meditations I would like to do, and it makes recommendations all the time based off of my preferences. Who is Aura? What is Aura? So Aura is a new mindfulness and sleep app that won the Best of Apple award, and it's used by over 7 million people. It's more than just a meditation app. It's, I dare say, probably amongst the top apps, if not the #1 app for anxiety relief, and it provides an amazing personalized path to peace, healing, and self-discovery. It's an all-in-one app for wellness, for calm, for peace, and you're going to find on the app thousands of meditations, stories, life coaching, so much more, life coaching, breath work, CBT. It has content created by hundreds of expert coaches and therapists around the world. What I also like about Aura is the fact that it's highly personalized. It uses AI and billions of data points to curate content specifically for you. And from the very beginning, when you set up your account, to the more you use it on a day-to-day basis. I mean, you don't have to start using it on a day-to-day basis from the very get-go, but I would highly recommend it. Aura gets completely tailored to your preferences, and in that way, you will always find something to listen to without having to spend hours scrolling through it. I feel like we've all had enough of the doom scroll, and we can do with a lot less scrolling in our lives. And setting up your account on the app on Aura is very, very easy. So from the very beginning, Aura starts learning your needs and content preferences so that you can enjoy a tailored selection right from the very, very first track that you listen to. And from the type of content you want to listen to, the language, the length, and even when you want to be reminded to take a little bit of time for yourself, Aura is carefully created to provide you with pretty much all of the elements that you need for your mental health. For the upcoming month of April, I have created on my Aura app another playlist with one track for every day of the month. And I actually want to share this playlist with you. The playlist is called Calm and Confident. And I feel like we can all benefit from a boost in this direction in April, as all planets are going to be direct from the 13th onwards after Venus goes direct in Pisces. My intention is to do one meditation every day from the playlist that I've curated in the morning. Why? Because I want them to set me up energetically for the day ahead. And it's essentially with this mindset that I actually curated the tracks on the Calm and Confident playlist. Aura has been a game changer for me. I know I've said it before. I am going to repeat that. I know it will also completely change the way that you experience daily meditations. That's why I encourage you, if obviously you want to join me on a 30-day meditation challenge in April using my own Aura playlist. This is equipped with the tracks that I love, and I'm pretty confident you will too. You can get started completely for free on Aura's website by using the special link in my description. The first 500 people to sign up get a free trial, plus an exclusive 25% off. And it's probably going to go really fast, so you might as well sign up now whilst you're thinking about it. And now let us go back to the astrology of April. So Mercury is going direct on the 7th, Venus is going direct 12th, 13th. What else is going on in April? So I'm going to share with you some of the days that I like and some of the days that I don't like that much. Some of my favorite days in April are the 2nd of April, when the moon is going to come together with Jupiter in Gemini. I also like the 5th of April, and maybe also the day before and the day after, when Mars in Cancer is going to trine Saturn in Pisces. I like this period because essentially it feels like we can take action inspired by very kind of like powerful intuition, by very powerful feelings. We can also act in the direction of our needs, of our feelings, of our emotions, and build a sense of safety and emotional security and stability around this time. This is also a very, very, very good time to help people who are in need, and I feel like we've got the energy and the resources to do that. And it may be people that we genuinely care a great deal about. What other days do I like? I also like the 18th of April because the moon is going to trine the sun. I like the 24th of April when the moon is going to conjunct Venus. So these are some of my favorite days. My least favorite days, I have to give them a shout out. I'm not a massive fan of the full moon in Libra coming up on the 13th of April. Why am I not a massive fan? Because it is squaring Mars in Cancer. So it can bring up some sort of a culmination of a conflict. And it does feel like certain relationships, certain collaborations, certain agreements, maybe even certain contracts are somehow under attack, I'd say. So someone is unhappy, someone is angry, someone is not okay with the terms and conditions, so to speak. This full moon can bring quarrels between partners, between lovers. I feel like someone might lose their cool. Venus, however, the ruler of the full moon, is in Pisces exalted. So I feel like if someone does make a compromise out of the two people or out of the two parties involved, there is a chance for the relationship or for the collaboration to move forward. Nevertheless, it may feel like it is quite a stressful time for partnerships and relationships. Also, my absolute least favorite time of the month is the time when Mars is going to oppose Pluto. 27th of April, you might also feel it a couple of days before and a couple of days after. This is happening on the Leo-Aquarius axis. There can be intense, even like destructive fights, destructive conflicts. I would even recommend looking back at what was going on in your life first week of January, because that's when Mars opposed Pluto also. So we might get a do-over of that energy. This is quite an attack and accident and damage-prone transit. I would also recommend staying safe in general. Now, a lot of people are not going to feel this on a physical level, but Mars coming together with Pluto can also literally bring intense fights and attacks and really powerful danger. So I am just gonna give you a little bit of a heads up on that front. And Pluto is also associated with things that are underground, things that are dark. So if you can stay safe in crowds, if you around the 27th of April, if you can essentially stay away from maybe like places that are not very well, I don't know. That don't have a lot of light, that are not, I don't know, like very kind of like exposed to the world. I would essentially stay away from those places. I would also not overdo it with the physical activities around the 27th of April, and I would be very careful with how, especially people who have planets in Leo, Aquarius, Taurus, and Scorpio, I would be very careful when handling sharp tools, when handling knives, when handling tools that involve heat and maybe even like heavy machinery. So all very Mars and martial kind of tools. So these are my least favorite days. Let me also take you through some of the other important dates in April. So 12th of April, Sun conjunct Chiron in Aries, an illumination of wounds, of certain kind of like triggers that make us feel vulnerable when we are facing attacks and when we have to maybe stand up for ourselves. There is a sense of becoming aware of our sense of woundedness. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries, and our speech becomes very blunt and direct once again. And 17th of April, Mercury conjuncts Neptune. So a lot of like mental inspiration. We might speak about our dreams, our ideals. It's a great day for poets. It's a great day to compose music. It's not necessarily a great day to work with I don't know, like analytics and spreadsheets and facts and data, because Neptune conceals things or blurs things. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo. I did mention this, and it's going to stay there for quite some time, for the next couple of months. So our style of asserting ourselves and standing up for what we want and for what we feel like we have to defend is probably, so that style is probably going to be quite dramatic, let's put it this way. So we want to draw attention to what we stand up for. We want to draw attention to our anger. We want to feel seen when we fight for something, right? Sun goes into Taurus 19th of April. And also, I did forget to mention this, I do like the 19th of April as well. I mentioned a few days that I like in April. I like the 19th and maybe also the day before because Mars trines Neptune. So this is a great day to fight for an ideal, to fight for something that is aligned with our ideals and our aspirations. We might also feel very kind of like admired to an extent for doing something imaginative, artistic, self-expressive, maybe creative. We might also feel like it's easy to stand up and to defend those who are suffering or the underdog in some shape or form. 21st of April, Sun squares Mars, and 23rd of April, Sun squares Pluto. Both of these days, actually, may bring power struggles and clashes between different parties that are quite fixed and rigid and don't want to give in or don't want to give an inch or don't want to make any sort of compromise. 25th of April, Venus conjunct Saturn. Venus also conjunct Saturn on the 7th of April. So both of these days might bring a very kind of like serious energy into our relationships, into our romantic life. But it's also, these are 2 days in which we can work hard to achieve something creative, something artistic, something beautiful. They are 2 good days, 7th and the 25th, to work towards like a work of art, let's say. If you do design work, if your work involves any sort of like style or aesthetics, then Saturn comes in and materializes things, right? And we might also make commitments to people. We might commit to work hard to make a relationship, once again, work. As I said, 27th of April, Mars opposes Pluto, but also on the 27th of April, we have a new moon in Taurus. This new moon is actually ruled by Venus. Venus is going to be exalted in Pisces, conjunct Saturn. So a fresh start, ruled by Venus in a strong position. A fresh start that is probably going to move at a very, very, very slow pace. And also a fresh start that is very focused on building material stability, I'd say. And last but not least, 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries, and it's probably going to spend, I mean, not probably, we know already that it's going to spend most of May in the sign of Aries. So relationships become with Venus in Aries might become a bit more kind of like active and competitive, and we might feel ready to like take risks in relationships and be quite direct about what brings us enjoyment and pleasure. And that is the overview of April. Obviously, we're going to go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs. But before we do that, remember, please, 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 to listen to the update for your rising sign, for your ascendant, because that is how these general horoscopes are built, with the rising sign in mind. And remember that these are general forecasts, general horoscopes. If you want to get a personal forecast, a personalized analysis of the month ahead, the year ahead, if you want to understand what life chapter you're in, where the cosmic energy kind of like supports you in starting off new things, where it maybe asks of you to let go of some things, maybe to work hard on something, to overcome some obstacles. We can do that in a personal astrological consultation, which is what I do with my clients in my one-to-one work with them. Once again, you can purchase that on my website, writteninthestars-astrology.com. For regular consultations, the waiting time is around a month to a month and a half, but there is an emergency option. So if you don't want to wait, there is the emergency option that you can purchase, and we shall meet in a maximum of 3 days time after you've made the purchase. Once again, written in the stars-astrology.com. And let's dive in. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings. April of 2025, what does it have in store for you, Aries? Well, for the most part, I do have to say, you are probably going to like April. Why? Let me get into it, Aries. So first and foremost, you still have the sun in your corner, backing you up all the way until the 19th of April. So the sun is going to energize you. It's going to increase your confidence, your life force, your vitality. It could also feel, however, Aries, that the spotlight is placed on you quite a bit until the 19th of April. People are watching, people are paying attention. So do with that what you wish. On the 5th of April, but you might also feel this energy the day before and the day after. Mars, your chart ruler, is going to trine Saturn. These few days, but especially the 5th of April, these few days are very, very good for you to work hard behind the scenes on something that you care a great deal about. It could be something that has to do with your home life, your family life. It could also have something to do with your career. You might also be working on something that is very, very important to a family member, maybe to a parent. Maybe you're helping them with something. I feel like whenever Mars comes together in a harmonious aspect with Saturn, we can get a lot done, especially a lot of the things that we don't necessarily feel super excited or enthusiastic about. So do take advantage of 4th of April, 5th of April, and 6th of April, Aries. If you need to clean up your home, if you need to declutter, if you need to get rid of stuff from your home, these are the best days to do so. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct. Woohoo! So Mercury has been direct since the middle of March. It's going to go direct in Pisces, but the post retrograde shadow period actually ends last week of April. So even though from the 7th of April onwards, you might start feeling like things are going back on track, especially when it comes to your work, when it comes to your health, maybe when it comes to your mental health, and also maybe when it comes to matters connected with neighbors, neighborhood, siblings, maybe cars, transportation, buying or selling things. So if you've been experiencing any delays since mid-March in this, in these multiple sectors of your life, Aries, then you can count on Mercury to help you resolve whatever issues have been causing the delay. There's also a possibility that you might start seeing very, very clearly from the 7th of April onwards, Aries, what has been sabotaging your work, what has been maybe sabotaging your health, and also you might see very, very clearly some of the things that you might have missed potentially when it comes to any sort of things that you had to write since mid-March, or maybe you've missed something when it comes to documents, paperwork, when it comes to signing things. So I would recommend maybe going over any sort of like papers that you filed or presentations that you made. Just make sure that there aren't any typos, just to make sure that you don't need to tweak things. Also on the 7th of April, Venus conjuncts Saturn in the 12th house. You might also feel this energy the day before and the day after, Aries. Now, this transit or this conjunction is a potential indicator of someone in your life maybe having a little bit of a harder time. It could be your partner, it could be your spouse, it could be a business partner. So it feels like they might be dealing with increased responsibilities, burdens. They might be going through maybe a period of potential depression, or a period of feeling down and overwhelmed. On the other hand, you seem to be infused with like energy and enthusiasm, so it would not hurt potentially if you see someone being down in the dumps. I think that's the expression. It might not hurt to give them potentially a tiny little bit of a pep talk and just like energize them and get them out of that funk that they're in. There's also a possibility that around the 7th of April, day before, day after, you might feel like you have to make a very serious commitment to someone who is either a business partner or a life partner, and this commitment might involve you giving up on something. Up to you to decide what that is. 12th of April, Sun conjuncts Chiron. You might also feel this the day before and the day after. Now, this feels like a day in which, well, a few days actually, in which you might become very, very strongly aware of whatever has been causing a sense of hurt, a sense of feeling like the outsider somehow. You might be feeling a tad vulnerable. So you might be feeling a tad exposed. You might be feeling like your potential like weaknesses are out into the open for everyone to see. Now, the interesting thing is that you might see them very, very clearly also, Aries, what you consider your wounds or your weaknesses or points of suffering, let's say. There's also a possibility that you may feel like it's important to accept and acknowledge and to not shy away from integrating around this time the parts of you that are not necessarily in alignment with what society deems to be normal, acceptable, conventional. 12th, 13th of April, depending on where in the world you're based, my lovely Aries, Venus goes direct. The post retrograde, however, shadow period is going to end mid-May. So what does that mean? Essentially, if you've been experiencing delays, frustrations, reversals, if you've been going through reevaluations of existing partnerships, existing relationships, if you've been experiencing frustrations in relationships, also if you've been experiencing this sort of like bubble when it comes to your relationship with someone, that maybe felt a tiny little bit too good to be true. Venus going direct is probably going to help you see things for what they are. It's probably going to be of tremendous use when it comes to you either accepting someone for who they are or deciding to let them go. So either you accept and forgive if there is anything to forgive, or you decide, yeah, this is not for me. I've sacrificed myself enough, let's say. You might have been keeping potentially a partnership under wraps or a collaboration under wraps, Aries, and as Venus goes direct, 12th, 13th of April, pretty much until mid-May, you might slowly but surely start revealing this relationship or this collaboration or this partnership to the world. Now, it doesn't have to be a personal relationship, it could be a professional relationship, but you might have been maybe kind of like negotiating behind the scenes. Venus is also the ruler of your house of income, Aries. So if you've been a little bit frustrated with how things are going for you financially, if you've been feeling like things are not where they're supposed to be financially, if you've been experiencing delays in getting paid, if you've been having a hard time figuring out how much you should charge for your services, if you've been struggling with doubt when it comes to your sense of self-worth, then once again, Venus going direct is probably going to help tremendously, because you might see exactly the ways in which you have been maybe sabotaging yourselves, Aries, potentially from a financial perspective. In what sense? Maybe you haven't been charging enough, let's say, for your services. There's also a possibility, very, very likely, mid-April, so 12th, 13th of April until mid-May, that you might get a lot of clarity when it comes to a romantic relationship as to whether it's got a future or not really. And if you've been having a hard time, Aries, especially since the last week of March until the 12th, 13th of April, if you've been having a little bit of a harder time resting or relaxing, or if it felt like something always kind of like got in the way, then you can say massive thank you to Venus going direct, because that's probably going to be out of the way in no time. 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Libra. Now, right after Venus goes direct, bam, full moon in Libra. This full moon puts the spotlight on your partnership sector, on your relationship sector, on your collaborations. So they don't all have to be romantic relationships or personal relationships or relationships with your spouse. But indeed, this full moon does put the spotlight on relationships. And I have to tell you, Aries, that it's actually quite an intense full moon. In what sense? It's squaring Mars. So some sort of conflict is culminating within a partnership around the time of this full moon. It can be a conflict with your spouse over where you're going to live. It can be a conflict with a family member. It can be a conflict with potentially also maybe someone who's worked on your home in some shape or form. There can also be a conflict here around money with someone who lives with you, or with a family member, or with your significant other. Essentially, people are angry, people are frustrated. You might be angry, you might be frustrated. It might actually really rub you the wrong way to see that someone is trying to stay very kind of like detached and objective and kind of like they might be trying to keep their cool and their balance, and you are very, very invested in something and they just don't get it, and they're trying to diffuse maybe the amount of emotional investment that you bring into the matter. And I feel like there is going to be essentially some sort of an argument. So things will culminate through a face-off of some sorts. Now, arguments and conflicts are not necessarily a bad thing. So I do want to point that out, especially, I mean, through arguments, through conflicts, we realize what's important to us. We realize what's important to the other person. And I'm not saying that things cannot be dealt with calm, but I don't believe they will be dealt calmly at this point in time. But through conflict, we can make the other person aware of what we want, of what's important to us, of what we desire, of also what crosses our boundaries. So there's probably going to be a lot of that at this point in time. There is, however, a silver lining. Venus, which is the ruler of the full moon, is conjunct Saturn, it's conjunct Mercury, and it's trining Mars. So if you want to continue having a relationship with this person who you're arguing with, if you want to continue to have a positive relationship with maybe a family member, if you want to enter a new era when it comes to the partnership that is in the spotlight at this point in time, Aries, I feel like you're going to have to make a commitment to something, and the other person might need to make a commitment to something as well. It might be that both of you need to spend some money to reach some sort of a compromise, but it does feel like both parties involved are willing to meet each other halfway, even though from a tempers perspective, like tempers are going to run like super, super, super high. Everyone's got a short fuse, and especially you seem to have a short fuse around this time. 16th of April, Mercury enters Aries for pretty much the rest of this month. So Mercury is going to help you find the right words at the right time, my dear Aries, and you might feel like it's a lot easier to have other people kind of like understand your message, get what you're trying to say. 17th of April, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in the first house in Aries for you. This is a great day to talk about things that inspire you. It's a great day to maybe clear your head through maybe some form of active meditation. And Mercury Neptune is actually very, very good in terms of combination for meditation and for kind of like finding answers through accessing some sort of a higher level of existence that goes beyond the 3D. However, do be careful not to spew any sort of like fantasies or lies around the 17th of April, because you might talk a big game, but you might not be able to deliver. 18th of April, finally, Mars gets out of Cancer, and this is probably something that you're really, really going to like, Aries. So Mars goes into Leo in your 5th house of fun, enjoyment, entertainment, children, creative self-expression. So for the rest of April, my dear Aries, you are probably going to put a lot of energy and passion into enjoying life, having fun, spending time with children, taking action when it comes to your passions and hobbies and your creative projects. So this is probably one of the transits to look forward to the most in April. 19th of April, the sun goes into Taurus. So the sun is going to illuminate your financial sector and the sector of your resources and of your self-worth and self-esteem for the next month. Also 19th of April, and you might feel it the day before and the day after, Mars trines Neptune. Oh, I love this aspect. It feels like you can put energy, inspired kind of into inspired action, energy that is inspired by maybe some sort of a vision, maybe some sort of a dream, maybe some sort of an ideal. You can put it into something that you genuinely care about. I feel like you can really achieve something that is very, very close to a dream and to an ideal, potentially when it comes to your physical body, maybe when it comes to also a creative project. Ultimately, this can also be a very, very fun time. And especially if the fun involves romance or physical activity, such as, I don't know, like climbing a mountain, going hiking, playing sports and games. You may come across as an ideal of athleticism or courage around this time. 19th of April, day before, day after. Now, 21st and 23rd of April, actually, I'm just going to say it, pretty much from the 21st until the 24th, we have some tense aspects in the sky. 21st of April, active day before, day after, the sun squares Mars. What's going on here? You might clash with someone. There could be some sort of a clash of egos. It could be over differing values, I'd say, but there could also be a clash over money. There could be a clash with a romantic partner or with a child. You might try to impose your will. They might try to hold their ground. So do be careful not to push it, because you don't want any sort of argument to come out of this. Potentially. If you do, then that's up to you. Aries, 23rd of April, the sun squares Pluto in your 11th house. Active also day before, day after. Now, this is a time when it could be very visible. You could see very, very clearly what maybe a friend has been hiding from you. There's also a very high chance that you might realize you are no longer aligned either with a friend or with a group or with a community or with maybe an organization. You are no longer aligned with them from a values perspective. So you might feel like there is a clash. You might feel like the values of this friend or of this organization have transformed, have changed, and this doesn't necessarily seem to be in total and complete alignment with your value system. On the absolute contrary. So you might have to decide, am I going to keep investing time, energy, resources into this friendship or into this organization? 25th of April, once again, Venus conjunct Saturn. Again, there's a spotlight on what kind of work are you willing to do for a partnership to function? What kind of work and what kind of responsibilities are you willing to shoulder in order for a relationship to evolve in the best way possible? You might be a tad disappointed by someone around the 25th of April, maybe someone who you've worked with, someone who you've collaborated with, maybe also someone who you've looked up to in the professional space. There is a feeling of maybe seeing them a lot clearer and of seeing that there are some kind of like rough edges that you were potentially not aware of up until this point. There's also a possibility that a professional relationship might be coming to a close quite soon. 27th of April, this is probably my least favorite aspect of the month, for good reason. You might also feel it a couple of days before and a couple of days after. Mars opposes Pluto. So do be careful around this time. Don't push yourselves, Aries, when it comes to physical activity, when it comes to working out, when it comes to sports or games. This is not the time for extreme sports. This is not the time for major kind of like acts of courage, I'd say. And if you are going out, if you're having fun, do be extra careful for like for the sake of your physical like safety and security. I am going to say it. So my recommendation would be to stay safe, to not maybe go in places that could be a tiny little bit like dodgy, let's say. And if you are dealing with large crowds around the 27th of April, I mean, I don't like it. So there is a chance of like destruction coming from crowds. So I would potentially stay away from crowds. But if you absolutely cannot, then I would be on the lookout for maybe a way to rapidly kind of like avoid any sort of issues that might pop up within a crowd setup. Also, 27th of April, we have active 3 days before, 3 days after, a new moon in Taurus, ruled by Venus in Pisces. Fresh start, new beginning when it comes to where you put your where you direct your time, your energy, and your resources, and especially your resources. I'm thinking of financial resources. You might revisit your budget. You might decide to get rid of some expenses for the sake of maybe saving money or putting money aside for a greater goal, or maybe for the sake of helping someone who needs your help. You might also become much more consciously aware of how your values have changed, especially in relationships, and not just in personal relationships, but also when it comes to professional relationships. You might decide, I'm no longer going to work with these people, or I'm no longer going to take these kinds of clients. So that's the general vibe. Also, 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries. Venus comes back into Aries, actually, and it's going to be there for most of May. So we're going to talk about that mostly in May, but you're going to like this transit, Aries, because it makes you feel very attractive, very magnetic. It makes you feel good in your own skin. It might make you want to invest maybe some money into your looks, into your appearance. So it's a beautiful time. Taurus suns and Taurus risings. My dear Taurians, what is going on in April? A lot of things, but probably the transits that I'm the most excited about are Mercury going direct and Venus, your chart ruler, going direct. But let me not get ahead of myself. I am going to start with the very, very beginning in chronological order, because I know some people prefer it that way. 5th of April, active day before, day after, Mars trines Saturn. It feels like you can put a lot of energy into successfully completing a group type of project, maybe with a team at work, maybe a project that you've been working on for a long time in the professional space. It feels like you can also be very persuasive, very convincing if you are talking to a group of people, if you're presenting something to a broader audience. It also feels like you are making significant progress when it comes to a really difficult goal. I'd say it could involve education, it could involve your career, it could be a combination of all of the aforementioned. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct in your 11th house. So finally, it might feel like you have clarity after 3 weeks of where you're headed in terms of goals and targets. It might also feel like you have clarity in terms of how things are going to function between you and a friend, or maybe between you and a group of people, a community. If you've been feeling a tiny little bit confused about your goals, your plans, your targets, Mercury going direct is definitely going to help. Mercury going direct is also going to help tremendously when it comes to deciding how you're going to spend your money, what you're going to spend your money on in terms of plans for the future. And if you've been having challenges communicating with your child or with your children, if you have multiple kids, if you've been feeling like it's hard to talk to your kids about their plans for the future, once again, Mercury going direct is probably going to help. It might also feel like it's a lot easier to make plans for the future because you have clarity as to what's going on and what's going to be happening in the life of your kids. So fabulous news. Mercury going direct. Venus is going to conjunct Saturn in Pisces in the 11th house. Venus is still retrograde, and it's going to do the same thing. So it's doing this on the 7th of April and also on the 25th of April. So I'm seeing the following possibilities. You might make some sort of a long-term commitment to a community, an organization, a group of people, or maybe a friend even, potentially. You might also make a work-related commitment for the long term, or set a goal for the long term. But I feel like the way in which you are approaching this commitment might change after Venus goes direct, 12th, 13th of April, and you might have greater clarity as to the efforts that are required of you, as to the timeline that you can expect when it comes to this commitment, maybe work commitment, maybe commitment to someone in your life. You might have much greater clarity around the 25th of April, when Venus conjunct Saturn once again. It does also feel like both on the 7th of April, day before and day after, and also 25th of April, day before, day after, a friendship is tested. You are looking at it with very kind of like pragmatic eyes. There's a very high chance that a friend might also be looking at their relationship with you through a very pragmatic lens. It does feel like, especially around the 7th of April, that a friendship might need some work. Is it worth it? Is it worth your time? Is it sustainable? Is it something that you want to invest in for the long term? I mean, those are all very, very good questions for you, Taurus. Once again, I feel like you could have a much stronger idea as to how this is going to work out in the future around the 25th of April. Important professional partnerships and collaborations are in the spotlight, 7th of April, day before, day after, and also 25th of April, day before, day after. If you are entering a long-term professional collaboration that is meant to help you achieve your goals, I repeat, after Venus goes direct, and especially last week of April, my dear Taurians, you might revisit the terms and conditions and the contractual aspects of this collaboration, let's say. And that's totally fine, but just do keep that in mind, that whatever is in front of you, maybe in terms of like contracts and paperwork, might not be the final form of this contract, let's say. 12th of April, Sun conjunct Chiron in Aries in your 12th house. Very high chance of you seeing a lot clearer how you've been sabotaging yourselves, Taurians, or what's been a source of pain, what's been a source of feeling wounded. Maybe it's something that you did not want to admit. Maybe it's something that you tried to repress. Maybe it's something that you tried to suppress, Taurus. I feel like you will no longer be able to do that after the 12th of April, because the truth is in front of you and it cannot be unseen, as they say. 12th, 13th of April, Venus goes direct. As I've said, this is probably one of the best news of April. So Venus is your chart ruler, but it also rules your house of day-to-day work. So you might expect things to start moving in a straight line, in direct motion, with clarity. When it comes to your plans for the future, your friendships, your involvement with communities and organizations, and also when it comes to your work and health. You can finally make plans when it comes to your work and health. You can make plans regarding your involvement with different maybe groups or communities. If you've been having trouble in your relationship with a friend or with a colleague, with a coworker, I feel like things are starting to go back to normal somehow, or it might feel like there's clarity in terms of what the resolution is. However, the resolution might take a little bit to implement, because the post-retrograde shadow period actually ends in May, mid-May to be more precise. If you've been experiencing trouble health-wise, if you've been experiencing all sorts of issues health-wise, maybe old problems, old issues, I'd say Venus going direct is once again likely to help, is likely to maybe make you aware of what the cause of the problem is and what the right course of action is in terms of, I don't know, like treatment or things like that. However, because we started talking about health, 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we do have a full moon in Libra, squaring Mars. So this full moon might put the spotlight on an inflammatory issue health-wise. Maybe it's something that's been kind of like bothering you on and off, on and off, on and off. I do feel like there is this sense of acute, maybe potential kind of like problem that needs to be addressed rapidly, my dear Taurians. Now, this might not be a new thing. It could be something that you've been grappling with for quite some time, but I do recommend that you act quickly, that you move quickly around this time. And I also would recommend, if you realize there's been some sort of an irritating factor that's been causing inflammation, I would recommend maybe acting quickly to remove it. But please remember, this is not medical advice. You are completely responsible for how you handle your health and your healthcare, and please listen to the advice of the doctor. Always, 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 no matter what. This woman in Libra, 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after, could also bring to a culminating point some sort of a conflict at work. Now, I mostly like April, but this woman in particular has this belligerent flavor to it. Someone is angry. They could be angry with you. You might be angry with them. You might just like say something that you didn't mean, or that you've been holding in for quite some time. I would be extra careful with what you say around this time, because there is a chance you might regret it, especially if you speak when you are in a state of immense, extreme frustration. If you do want to tell someone off, if you do want to give them an earful, I recommend slowing down and not acting on it immediately, not acting on impulse. And if you do feel after, I don't know, maybe like catching your breath, going for a walk, taking 5 minutes before you, I don't know, like send the email or like go to them and talk to them. If you still feel like something needs to be said, then absolutely say it. But I would be very careful when it comes to the words that you are using, because these are probably going to very strongly impact your future in the workplace, your relationships with colleagues in general, with the team, and also with your boss. So if you resist the urge to spew really kind of like painful stuff at this person, then it might very well work in your favor. Saying that, like I said, there is a possibility that someone might be angry with you, and I do believe it could also come from a place of them feeling unheard. So I would resist the urge to reply in the same manner, in the same vein, and I would maybe take a bit of a step back and ask myself, have they tried to send their point across in the past? Have they reached the end of their tether? Let's say. Also, if you feel like you're at odds with someone in the workspace, I do believe that if you actually look at the big picture, if you focus on kind of like common goals, you can turn this person into an ally. Last but not least, there is a possibility that something could erupt maybe on the road or on your way to work, and it could delay you from getting into work, or it could kind of like postpone maybe an important meeting or something like that. Last but not least, there is a possibility that something could break and it might need to be fixed when it comes to your car or a preferred mode of transportation. So I would recommend, maybe if you do drive on a day-to-day basis, or maybe if you have a bike and so on, that you check that things are not overheating, and also potentially that you have like a backup plan in case, I don't know, something needs to be replaced with your car and you can't get into work because of that. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries. So for the rest of the month, essentially, you might be thinking a lot about what's happening. I'm gonna say, what's happening in your love life, and also what's going on with your money and finances. But you might not necessarily be thinking very happy thoughts. You might experience a little bit of like negative self-talk. There is a possibility that you might also waste some money on maybe like frivolous things, or some money could be misplaced when you're out, maybe, I don't know, like going to a concert or something like that. So I do recommend being a little bit extra cautious with money from the 16th of April until the end of the month. 17th of April, Mercury conjuncts Neptune. A fabulous day to meditate, to go for a run, to clear your head, to maybe journal, to allow kind of like inspiration to come to you. And I would also be very careful, because someone might try to steal your money. When I say steal your money, they might not like reach in your back pocket and say, I'm going to take your wallet. They might try to sell a story to you, which could be a scam. So be very careful not to fall for it. 17th of April, maybe even day before and day after. 18th of April for the rest of the month, and actually for a big chunk of May as well. Mars goes into Leo in your house of home, family life, and living situation. So Mars is going to be in Leo throughout the rest of May, pretty much all the way until, oh my God, until the 17th of June. So long time. Okay, so there's good news and there's some challenging news with this, my dear Taurians. The good news is that you're probably going to have a lot of energy to put into home-related matters from the 18th of April throughout May until pretty much mid-June. The challenging news is that you might be very adamant about how things are done around the house, how things are done around the home. And as a result, because you kind of like, you're trying to do things your way and you're trying to like move fast and impose your own will, there is a chance that you might get into conflicts with some people, especially people that you live with or family members, or maybe even your partner, because Mars also rules your 7th house of relationships. What are some of the most challenging days in this direction? 21st of April, give or take a day before, day after, and 23rd of April. Well, mostly 21st of April. I am gonna say it, give or take a day before, a day after. You might clash with someone at home. You might try to convince them of something, but they are not budging. You are not budging. Everyone's stubborn, and we've got a classic kind of like an ego clash. Do be careful not to break something around the house. 21st of April, day before and day after. Saying that, 19th of April, the sun goes into Taurus. So for the next month, you've got the sun in your corner, on your side, giving you life force, energy, vitality, putting the spotlight on you. You might feel like your batteries are being recharged. And also 19th of April, Mars trines Neptune. I like this. You might feel this energy also as early as the 18th of April, maybe even the 17th. It feels like you are taking inspired action when it comes to a matter connected with home life, family life, and living situation. You might also be very creatively inspired to maybe make some changes around the house, or kind of like express yourselves in a creative way. I don't know, by painting the walls a new color or something like that. You might also feel very inspired by some sort of a higher power, a higher force, to take some big risk, some big chance, to make a bold move, to take a courageous step when it comes to a private matter. Maybe also when it comes to a matter connected with a partner. And I do believe that this is the mark of inspired action. I love Mars trine Neptune. 23rd of April, not my favorite time. Active day before, day after. Sun squares Pluto. So it feels like things are changing in your professional life, maybe when it comes to leadership, maybe when it comes to authority figures, maybe when it comes to the company that you work for, the sector that you are active within, and things are changing very, very dramatically. So the transformation is quite huge, and you might become aware of the fact that you need to change with the times if you want to stay relevant in this sector, in this industry, or in this company. If you don't, then you might want to start thinking about what's next for you, I'd say. 27th of April, my least favorite time of the month, active a couple of days before and a couple of days after. Mars opposes Pluto. Major clashes, big conflicts, potentially destructive conflicts with authority figures, parents. Something dramatic is potentially kind of like happening at home. Maybe something is breaking altogether and it needs to be completely replaced. There is a possibility that as much as you're maybe kind of like trying to oppose this external force of change, it feels like it's not very easily pushed back. On the absolute contrary, and the harder you push, the harder it might be to gather your strength for the next chapter, for the next stage. There is a chance that big things, I want to say quite destructive things could happen in your company. So maybe like the company that you work for or in your industry. Big clashes. I'm seeing also leaders falling from grace. And what does that mean for you? I mean, it could mean a lot of major changes coming up, and I don't believe you're going to be thrilled about every single one of them. I would also give your parents a bit of a heads up, not to maybe mess with like electricity around this time, and to just be careful not to do too much around the house, because it's not worth it. They might kind of like overdo things, and something could kind of like fall and break, and so on. We've also got a new moon on the 27th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This new moon is happening in Taurus, in your own sign. So it's ruled by Venus conjunct Saturn. Venus in Pisces conjunct Saturn. It feels like this is a fresh start for you on a personal level, my dear Taurians. A fresh start, definitely involving your career, your professional life, or when I say definitely, I know people are going to roll their eyes. Especially maybe people who, I don't know, don't work. So this could be also a fresh start, a new start for you, Taurians, when it comes to your involvement with a group, a community, an organization, or when it comes to the commitment that you have made to society somehow, to be active in one way or another in the public sphere, and to contribute in a tangible way. It could feel like you are stepping into a new role altogether, a new role professionally, a new role within an organization, maybe a new role within a group that you're active within. At the same time, this new moon does come hot off the heels of Mars opposing Pluto. So as much as you've got a lot of hope for the future, you've got a lot of hope for what's coming up, but it also feels like you might have experienced some really kind of like powerful, intense regenerative forces, both in your personal life as well as in your public life in the past few days. 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries in your 12th house, and it's going to be there for most of May. So pretty much for the entirety of May, Taurians, you might feel like you want to take action behind the scenes, like you want to focus on what needs to be let go of and released in your life. And it might also feel like you need to take a bit of a break and rest and relax, because there's been huge changes, especially the last week of April. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings, April of 2025, what is going on in the sky, Geminis? A lot is going on, and probably the two astrological events that I'm the most excited about are Mercury going direct and Venus going direct. Mars is also notably going to change signs. So all of these events are very, very important. But let's start with the very, very beginning. 5th of April, active day before and day after, Mars trines Saturn in your house of career. It feels like you can take courageous action that leads to long-term success in your professional life, Geminis. It might also feel like the energy that you've been putting towards achieving something really, really hard, either in the professional space or in your public life, it's paying off. It feels like things are becoming easier. It feels like things are moving faster in the direction of your goals. If you need to spend money to achieve something that increases your, renown, that strengthens your reputation. If you, as I said, need to spend any resources in this direction, I would consider the 5th of April and maybe also the day before and the day after. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct in your house of career. So Mercury has been retrograde for quite some time, since mid-March. The fact that it's going direct is very, very likely going to bring clarity when it comes to where you're headed professionally, when it comes to maybe conversations happening in the professional space, but also maybe when it comes to thoughts, conversations, analysis involving your vocation, involving your public life, involving your contribution to society, potentially also involving maybe a matter that's affecting you directly, connected with a parent, especially connected with the mother. Venus is going to conjunct Saturn. Also on the 7th of April, Venus is still retrograde, so I feel like this could be a time when you make a commitment in the professional space. Maybe you decide to collaborate with someone for the long term. It is possible that someone might make a commitment towards you. Maybe a boss finally delivers on their promise. However, I do want to say, if you're signing contracts, if you're saying yes to long-term projects professionally, there is a chance that you might revisit contracts around the 25th of April. Maybe a few days before, a few days after, when Venus is going to conjunct Saturn again. This time, Venus will be direct towards the end of April. It's a great time to sit down and have very serious talks around the 7th of April with bosses, leaders, people in positions of power, important clients, figures of authority. But remember that you might not yet reach the result or the outcome that you want to get to until later in the month. And if you do need to make any sort of like presentations, or if you need to be kind of like publicly, I don't know, like active somehow, professionally speaking, I would err on the side of being a little bit more on the conservative side. So I would try to come across as very cautious, reserved, professional, conservative, etc. 12th of April, Sun conjuncts Chiron in your 11th house of plans for the future and also friends. This could be a day when maybe a friend is particularly sensitive because they might be feeling like they cannot really assert themselves, or they have a hard time being direct and blunt and assertive, and this really seems to trigger maybe an exaggerated reaction potentially. You might also realize how Gemini's, your plans, your goals for the future are quite different from, I don't know, what the world, what society tells you you should be focusing on. If you are having any important conversations around the 12th of April, I will be giving you a warning. Make sure that you do not hurt anyone's ego. I mean, not that you should care necessarily, but if you do want to obtain something from a figure of authority, careful, because they might have a little bit of a fragile ego. So you making, I don't know, what feels like an innocent joke might not land in the way that you wanted it to land. 12th, 13th of April, depending on where you are based in the world, Venus goes direct in your house of career. Finally, it feels like things are moving in a straightforward motion professionally, when it comes to interactions with others, when it comes to professional collaborations, when it comes to potentially creative projects that are very, very visible to the outside world. So projects maybe that you've spent a lot of time working on, and maybe for a while it didn't feel really clear as to how these are going to be received by an audience, by the public, by those who you display them to or who you share them with, these projects. But with Venus going direct, it may feel like, okay, people do have a positive overall feedback. I will also say, if you've been negotiating something in the career space, and you might have felt like negotiations are going nowhere, or they're just like taking a very, very long time, Venus going direct once again is probably going to help you solve that issue. 13th of April, also active 3 days before, 3 days after. This is not my favorite time of the month. We have a full moon in Libra squaring Mars. So you might have a fight, an argument, a conflict with a friend, a lover, a child, or maybe all of the aforementioned. There might also be a conflict that you experience when it comes to your approach to a creative project in the workspace. So you might feel potentially a little bit irritated that people are not seeing things the way that you're seeing them from a creative vision perspective. It might feel like you potentially have to make a tiny little bit of a compromise in order to get this project over the line. You might also be in a rush around this time to spend money. To spend money on fun things, to spend money on your kids if you have kids, to spend money on, I don't know, some sort of like big long-term goals and plans. Don't rush. That's my recommendation. Obviously, you have free will to do what you please, but you might not necessarily have to spend this much money, or it might be like an impulsive decision to spend this money, and you might potentially regret it later. So do slow down, catch your breath, maybe talk to someone with a little bit more experience in the space that you're in, and then decide if this is worth your money or not. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries. For the rest of the month, actually, you're going to be very, very focused on initiating conversations related to your goals and plans for the future, but also initiating conversations with maybe friends, potentially also with those who you can collaborate with, who can help you achieve your goals. 17th of April, Mercury conjuncts Neptune. I feel like you are receiving tremendous inspiration from some sort of higher power, maybe from doing a meditation, or from maybe taking some time to go for a long walk, or to go on an adventure. You're receiving this sort of like inspiration, and it almost feels like you are kind of like fed a dream, let's say. Who is feeding you? I mean, who knows? Neptune. The transcendental. It feels like you have an aha moment around what your life could look like. You are very inspired. You are dreaming big, and I think that's fantastic. If you're talking, however, to anyone, I would be very, very careful not to say things that are still just yet at the stage of dream/fantasy. I would be careful not to word those things in such a way that they come across as facts, because it might come back to bite you in the back a little bit further down the line. 18th of April, Mars enters Leo in your third house, and it's going to be there until June. So the good news is that you're going to be putting a lot of energy for the rest of April. Geminis, you're going to be putting a lot of energy into educational matters, into maybe reaching out to people, to connect with them, to speak with them, into networking, into maybe traveling short distance quite a bit. Maybe you've got a lot of short trips that you need to take. You might also be very energized for the rest of April by the conversations that you're having with friends, with colleagues, with coworkers, with neighbors. Do be careful, however, because with Mars transiting this part of the chart, you might be in a rush on the road. You might also be in a rush to speak. And whilst normally that's not necessarily a bad thing, it could be a very, very challenging thing, especially around the 27th of April, maybe a couple of days before, a couple of days after, when Mars opposes Pluto. So if you ask me, Geminis, please do not speed. Please do not rush. Please be extra attentive, extra careful on the road, when you're driving. Also, if you are taking any form of like transportation, I would be mindful of your surroundings. Mars is going to oppose Pluto. This can be a time when things might get a tiny little bit dangerous. Mars coming together with Pluto can be a very destructive force, especially due to speed, or to impulsivity, or to not being aware of hidden dangers. So do be aware of your surroundings. If you're traveling on a train, if you don't have to travel on a train at night, don't travel at night. There is a possibility that around the 27th of April, something could crack, something could break when it comes to your existing mode of transportation. So I would make alternative plans. Saying that, this could also be a time when you have an explosive fight with someone. Who are you likely to fight with? Well, potentially a neighbor, a colleague, a sibling, a friend, a coworker. I mean, quite a few people fall under the remit of this opposition between Mars and Pluto. Travel plans could be completely transformed. I was about to use the word destroyed. That might be a better word. So once again, I do recommend flexibility. If you're having arguments, if you're having conflicts, do be aware that if you use very, very strong and harsh words, that these could backfire and that there might be no return from saying these words. Now, I did want to give you a bit of a heads up about this challenging aspect. Mars is also going to make some harmonious aspects, but this one is worth kind of like keeping an eye on. So 19th of April, active day before and day after, Mars trines Neptune. So you are taking inspired action. You are dreaming big. You are acting with boldness and courage in the direction of your dreams. You seem to come across as some sort of a popular kind of like hero. You are getting this sort of like tremendous inspiration in saying the right words at the right time, both in a professional environment, but also in a social environment. So I do like this aspect that Mars is making. Also 19th of April, the sun goes into Taurus in your 12th house. So it's going to illuminate, retreat, relaxation, what's going on behind the scenes, all of these sectors for you Geminis. It might also illuminate any tendencies that you have towards self-sabotage and escapism, I will say. And I do have to say, friends might be going through a little bit of a harder time during Taurus season. 21st of April, the sun is going to square Mars. This is also active day before and day after. Something that you were not aware of could maybe kind of like crack under pressure when it comes to, I don't know, like your car or your bike, or something could be overly kind of like heated, let's say. It also feels like you are trying to dig your heels in when it comes to a matter that you're not in agreement with. And even though maybe someone is potentially making like a very valid point, you are being particularly stubborn around this time. Is it worth being stubborn? I don't know. That's going to be up to you to say, to decide. 23rd of April, Sun squares Pluto. Geminis, what can I say about this? I mean, it's not the most pleasant, harmonious aspect. I feel like a few things could be happening here. So travel plans could go out the window. Also, you might become aware of some major transformations happening at a legal level that affect you. Maybe you were not aware of these. Maybe you didn't realize the magnitude of these transformations and how big a deal they would be for you. Nevertheless, you do seem to potentially think quite negative thoughts or quite challenging thoughts in relation to these transformations and these changes. I do want to put it out there. You can make it work, but you probably need to take a little bit of distance, a tiny bit of distance, and say, okay, what am I not seeing? Or am I being too rigid? Or am I resisting change in some shape or form? And do I need to let go of that resistance? 27th of April, apart from Mars opposing Pluto, we have a new one in Taurus. Now, for you, my dear Geminis, let's see where this is happening. So the new moon in Taurus is happening in your 12th house. It's ruled by Venus conjunct Saturn. So this feels like a fresh start, Geminis, behind the scenes somehow. You might start working on something behind the scenes. You might start a professional collaboration behind the scenes. You might start working with someone behind the scenes who can help you achieve your career goals. Maybe it's like a mentor, or maybe it's someone who can help you get rid of limiting beliefs. There's also a possibility that you might start slowly but surely the process of letting go of something that was an important part of your career. At the same time, you're probably not telling anyone, or you're probably telling only your, very, very kind of like close, tight-knit circle. Some things need to be cleared out, Geminis. And they seem to be also very, very strongly related to your career, your public life, your public status, your public reputation. I recommend starting slow because it is probably going to take quite some time. And last but not least, Venus goes into Aries 30th of April, and for the month of May, Venus is going to be transiting this part of your chart. I do believe you are going to be quite excited to connect with friends, to go out, to be social, to attend maybe group type of events such as like concerts or going to the theater. I do also believe that you might attract the right individuals towards you that can help you achieve your goals and plans for the future. So maybe something to look forward to also for May. Cancerians. My Cancer brothers and sisters, I am a Cancer rising. In case you're here for the very first time, I always mention this. So I do apologize if you are completely and totally bored by me saying this, if you've been here for a while. What's going on, Cancerians, in April? Lots of action in the sky, so we might as well get down to it. So the month kicks off with a Mars-Saturn trine, 5th of April, active day before and day after. It looks like you are working hard towards achieving something maybe connected with a legal matter, or maybe connected with your academic path, connected with your education. Maybe also you're working hard to achieve something. And I do see you being quite successful in this direction. I will have to say this, Cancerians. You might be working hard to achieve something professionally that involves traveling, or that involves building relationships, or like strengthening relationships with people who are based abroad, possibly, or people from different cultures. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct. Dun, 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 dun. This is great news. If you've been experiencing delays, Cancerians, when it comes to matters connected with legal status, education, legal institutions, travel, residencies, visas, Mercury going direct is here to help you set things straight and help you resolve things. However, do remember that the post-retrograde shadow period ends last week of April, so it might take a while for things to fall in line. If you've been experiencing challenging communications with people who are based abroad, or with neighbors, colleagues, siblings, cousins, once again, Mercury going direct is probably going to alleviate some of those challenges and frustrations of things getting lost in translation. Venus conjunct Saturn, 7th of April. Venus is still retrograde, and Venus is going to conjunct Saturn again in the same part of the chart, in Pisces, on the 25th of April. So what does that mean? Essentially, it looks like you are potentially dealing with some sort of a long-term, maybe like legal issue connected with your home life, your family life, or your living situation around the 7th of April. Maybe it's been on your radar for a while. I don't believe necessarily that it's going to be completely resolved on the 7th of April. It might take until the 25th for you to know, okay, this is what's required of me. This is what I need to work on. This is what I need to put effort into. It also feels like a relationship with someone requires a lot of heavy lifting around the 7th of April. And you're doing this heavy lifting also a bit later in the month, but at least it feels like you have set a very, very strong foundation later in the month, around the 25th of April. Right now, when you're doing this heavy lifting, when it comes to the relationship with a romantic partner, or with a friend, or with a family member, things are not yet 100% like clear or defined in terms of how much effort this is going to require of you. You might also experience potentially some sort of a delay of a legal nature connected with home life, property, land, living situation. Last but not least, there is a possibility that you might have to travel for business purposes around the 7th of April, day before, day after, but also around the 25th of April. Or you might have to maybe make plans to travel around both of these times. It feels like someone expects you to do this, I'd say. 12th of April, Sun conjuncts Chiron in Aries in your house of career. I feel like this is when you become very strongly aware of how your professional path, your career, and your vocation is very, very different from what society deems to be, I don't know, like normal or acceptable, or aligned with its expectations, let's say. You might also become very aware of not just how you might be a maverick, Cancerians, professionally. You might become aware of how you might have felt slighted or insulted or attacked by maybe a figure of authority, or maybe even by a parent around the 12th of April. Maybe you felt insulted a while ago, but now it could dawn on you, oh my God, this is how it's been affecting my choices professionally, or this is how it's been affecting my self-esteem. So I think self-awareness is a beautiful thing. The wound might feel like it's kind of like opening up once more, or maybe it was never closed, but at least now you're seeing it clearly and you're seeing where it's coming from. So I believe that is a big win. 12th, 13th of April, Venus goes direct. This is great news. Finally, it's been retrograde for the entirety of March. So it's going direct in the 9th house. It might feel like interactions, relationships with people from different countries, foreign lands, foreign cultures, interactions with people in the educational space, in the academic space, or in the legal space are functioning as they should, especially if they've felt like really hard to handle during the Venus retrograde. It might also feel like you know whether to plan or not to plan something travel related, maybe in order to see family after the 12th, 13th of April. Actually, there is a full moon. I'm looking at the full moon on the 13th of April. It is activating your house of home and family. You might need to travel to see family, or to, as I said, make plans to travel. And it could be clear to you, okay, this is when I'm going. This is what's going on. This is what I need to tackle. This is what I need to work on. This is what my family expects me to do. This is my duty towards my family, and so on. So there is this sort of like connection between potential like travel matters and home related matters, or like family matters. The full moon in Libra, 13th of April, not my favorite time. I'm gonna say it. The reason for that is, I mean, it's a mixed bag, because on the one hand, it's ruled by Venus in Pisces, exalted in Pisces. But it is a Venus conjunct Saturn. The full moon is squaring Mars. So essentially what I see is a full-blown conflict around the 13th of April, potentially with a family member, or a full-blown conflict, maybe with a boss, an authority figure, someone in a position of power. They could be, I don't know, reproachful towards you when it comes to, I don't know, how you do your work from home, let's say. That's just a possibility. Essentially, conflict and anger is the theme here. You might also be quite angry with a family member or with a boss, yourselves, Cancerians, because they're trying to, I don't know, maybe like be on the fence, stay on the fence and not make decisions, and that is really riling you up. My recommendation would be to not take it so personally. I feel like you're taking things very personally, and it might not be about you. I am gonna say that. You might take things very much to heart, but this situation may be concerning a family member or even a boss. Could be saying more about them than it is saying about you. So there's no point in you getting all worked up. Let's say some of you could decide to take very drastic, dramatic action when it comes to one of the following: living situation. So some of you could wrap up your existing living situation as you know it. You might decide, that's it, I'm moving, no more, I'm done with this. Some of you could also decide to take action when it comes to a legal matter involving your home, your property. Let's say, I don't know, your landlord hasn't been holding up their end of the bargain, and some things are broken around the house, and you are fed up, and you're like, enough is enough, I'm gonna sue you. That is probably a very dramatic and an extreme example, but it could happen. I can tell you, you are going to be annoyed. You are going to be very frustrated with some sort of an issue that has been an ongoing problem at home for a while, and I do believe you might want to resort to the legal route. Last but not least, there is a possibility, I am just going to say it, that some people, some Cancerians, might hear news of maybe a family member experiencing some sort of an incident. I don't necessarily want to call it accident, but they might be going through something, and you might need to move fast, and I don't know, maybe even like travel to help them. They might also be going through some sort of a crisis, and once again, you might need to like rush to their defense, or to, I'm gonna say, to save them to an extent. So speed is of the essence at this point in time. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries in your house of career. So you're going to be thinking a lot about what's next career-wise. You're going to be talking to a lot of people in the professional space, maybe speaking publicly quite a bit for the rest of April. And 17th of April, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. So if you're holding a speech, you're probably appealing to people's maybe ideals. You are giving them something to dream about. You're giving them something to be inspired by. But I would also be careful not to inflate the facts in such a way that they steer away from reality and they go more into the space of fiction. If you talk to a boss, or if you hear a speech from a boss or a leadership figure around the 17th of April, maybe also day before and day after, take it with a huge pinch of salt, because Neptune is not known for its accuracy. On the contrary, Neptune is known for its ability to weave fantasies. So it's great to dream, but yeah, do be careful when it comes to taking things at face value. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo for the rest of the month, and also for like the month of May, and for a chunk of June. So Mars is going to be there for a long time. Cancerians, Mars is giving you that sort of like energy and drive and stamina and motivation to make money, hustle, ask for what you want. You might also spend quite a bit of money quite fast on fun activities, enjoyable activities, on your kids if you have kids. So maybe on activities connected with children. Maybe also you might spend quite a bit of money on matters connected with your career. So you might invest in a new website, or in a professional like photo shoot, or something like that. So it feels like you have to spend money, or you might be really quick to want to spend money in a direction that improves your status and reputation, and the way that the world sees you from the outside. Mars is making three important aspects in April. On the one hand, it's going to be trining Neptune, 19th of April, active day before and day after. I love this. You are taking some dramatically inspired action professionally. You are taking bold action, making courageous moves professionally in the direction of your dreams, of your ideals professionally. It feels like you are inspiring people in the professional space and in the public space, not just at work. You are inspiring people to be more daring, to be more courageous. You are probably going to come across as some sort of a role model in the public sphere for your willingness to fight for your dreams, I'd say. Also 19th of April, by the way, the sun goes into Taurus in your 11th house. So it's putting the spotlight for the next month on your long-term goals, plans, and dreams for the future. But also your involvement with groups of people, audiences. So it feels like the world is watching in terms of where you go, what you do, and what you're fighting for. Your audience is paying a lot of attention. Some of the more tense aspects that are coming up that Mars is making. Sun is squaring Mars, 21st of April, active day before, day after. Cancerians, I can tell you, you might clash with someone. You might clash with a friend, or you might clash with a boss, someone with a big ego. Interestingly enough, you might come across as the one who has a big ego, and you might come across as the stubborn one around this time. It feels like you don't want to back down. You want to fight for what you value, and I do see some sort of like friction. I do see some clash of egos. Sometimes it's not who fights the hardest, and it's not the one who like shouts the loudest that makes the strongest mark. So do think about that, Cancerians. 23rd of April, Sun squares Pluto. You might become aware of some sort of like secret or issue that's been under wraps in the life of a friend. Maybe it feels a tiny little bit like a betrayal because you thought that they would share this with you. You might also become aware of how potentially changes in the financial situation of a partner are likely to affect your future and your plans for the future. So if your partner is experiencing dramatic changes financially, then alas, you might need to revisit your goals and plans for the future. And if, let's say, you have loans, mortgages, and things like that, there could be some changes when it comes to, I don't know, like interest rate or bank kind of like requirements. And once again, it feels like you have to adjust your plans for the future to accommodate these changes. 27th of April, this is the aspect that I'm the least excited about, that I'm the least looking forward to. Mars is opposing Pluto, Cancerians. This has happened also beginning of January. So you might want to look back and say, okay, what was going on beginning of January, especially when it comes to my financial life, or when it comes to money and finances within the family, when it comes to children, maybe also when it comes to clashes in the professional space. So Mars opposing Pluto can be a very destructive force. It might feel like potentially some sort of an external force, a very powerful force, is impacting your livelihood, is impacting your finances, is impacting your material security and stability. I do see the possibility of maybe a big transformation financially. So maybe something's happening, as I said, when it comes to loans and mortgages, interest rates and things like that, that is affecting your financial situation. There is a possibility that you might also clash with a boss. You might have like an intense transformative conflict that you can't go back from. So do be very careful what you say, because it feels like this could be going beyond the point of any return. Those of you who have kids, there is a possibility that you might discover that your child has hidden something from you, and as a result, a big argument could unfold and you could feel a tiny little bit betrayed. Once again, be careful how you react, because this could affect your relationship with your child for quite some time. And last but not least, do be mindful of your surroundings, because there is a possibility that someone might try to like take your money. So I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but I'm also saying don't walk in dark alleyways around the 27th of April, because someone might eye your, I don't know, your money, your wallet, your possessions, your like phone, your camera, something like that. 27th of April, also new moon in Taurus, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This is happening in your 11th house, Cancerians. New plans for the future. On the one hand, this does feel, in a sense, exciting because you have clarity as to what you want to work towards. It feels like these new plans might involve a long-term collaboration, a long-term contract. It might also, these plans might involve traveling for work purposes. Maybe also these plans involve your future when it comes to home and family life. I feel like you're ready to put the time and the work and the effort to bring these plans to fruition, but they will be long-term. So they might require a lot of like patience on your end, maybe even like a year, maybe even more than that. As much as Mars opposing Pluto can feel like a very destructive energy around the 27th of April, there is also a tremendous sense of like hope coming up at the time of the new moon, 27th of April, essentially at the same time. New beginnings also when it comes to friendship, Cancerians. You might have done a massive clear out in your friendship sector, and now you're ready to move forward when it comes to investing in the relationships, the friendships that you genuinely have faith in, you genuinely believe that they have a future, let's say. And 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries in your house of career. Cancerians, you're going to like this transit. It's going to make you very well liked, very admired, very appreciated in the public space, but also in the professional space, it might feel like it's attracting the right clients, the right opportunities, the right people, and you do seem to come across as very, like I said, very magnetic somehow in the public space. Bosses, figures of authority are much more likely to be accommodating and to give in and to say yes to whatever it is that you are asking of them throughout this period. So Cancerians, you're mostly going to feel this in May. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings, April of 2025. What does it have in store for you, Leos? Well, I have some exciting news, but let me just start in chronological order because I know most people like it when I follow the most important astrological events in chronological order. So Leos, 5th of April, active. Day before and day after, we have a Mars-Saturn trine in the sky. It feels like you can take action quickly to remove things from your lives that might have caused blockages, that might have caused crisis, that might have caused fear and anguish and maybe even insomnia. So I really, really like this this trine. It also feels like you can take quick action to help someone, to maybe alleviate someone's burden. It could be the burden of a partner. It could also be maybe the burden of a family member. 5th of April, day before and day after these are some good days to work on something behind the scenes. Even, I want to say, something that might have taken a long time and a lot of discipline and effort to get to this stage. It feels like now you're making rapid progress. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct in your 8th house in Pisces. This is good news in regards to what, Leos? It's good news in regards to money. So if you have experienced any sort of like delays in getting paid or delays in getting a response from the bank, let's say, regarding your mortgage, or if you've been experiencing challenges in communication with a partner or with your accountant around money and finances, Mercury going direct is going to help. It's going to help how? Communication becomes a lot clearer. You know what you're dealing with. Delays are a thing of the past. So that's how it's going to help. At the same time, Leos, Mercury also rules your 11th house of long-term goals and plans for the future. So now it could start to become a lot clearer to you how you want to change, how you want to transform, how you want to adjust your goals and plans for the future after you have received clarity when it comes to a financial matter. Why do I say maybe you've received clarity? Because maybe it's something that came to you as a result of someone finally reaching out, or as a result of maybe having an important conversation, or as a result of your partner sharing an important thing with you. Venus, 7th of April, is going to be conjunct Saturn. Venus is going to be retrograde still at this point in time. Venus is the ruler of your house of career and your third house of communication. I feel like you're having some serious conversations with someone around your career. You're having some serious conversations around duties, responsibilities, around contracts, around what is expected of all parties involved in maybe a contractual matter. It also feels potentially like someone might be expecting you. And when I say someone, I am referring potentially to a family member, especially the mother, or a romantic partner. Someone might be expecting you to help them with a financial matter. Now, because Venus is retrograde, I feel like you are not 100% yet sold on maybe like helping them with money, or you're not 100% sold on how you stepping in is going to improve their situation. It's a very kind of like sobering time for relationships. I will put it out there. You are incredibly aware of how difficult relationships can be, how complicated, and not because people don't want to make things work, but because relationships do bring their own set of challenges and troubles, let's say. Venus is going to conjunct Saturn again on the 25th of April. This time Venus is direct. So if you ask me, 25th of April is actually a much better time to make a long-term commitment to someone of a financial nature. It's also a much better time. I was about to say this. 7th of April, you might want to make a long-term commitment, maybe involving like loans, credits, debts, and so on. I would potentially, if you can, postpone it until the 25th, because at least you know what you're getting yourselves into, Leos. At least you know that the other person is going to stick to the end of their end of the bargain if you are entering an agreement with someone. If you're feeling frustrated around the 7th of April because someone is not paying you in time, or if they're delaying giving you back the money that you've lent to them, my recommendation would be to not be so hard on them just yet, because they might be in a position to pay you back around the 25th of April. And 7th of April as well as the 25th are days to talk to your boss or to a figure of authority in the workspace about whether they have your back or not. 12th of April, Sun conjunct Chiron in Aries. You might feel inclined to defend your belief system, to defend your worldview, to defend your life philosophy. But you might potentially go a tiny little bit overboard because you are feeling insulted, maybe because you feel like you have to stand up and defend your faith, maybe, or your political views, or I would say like faith or political views are probably the most important ones, but also your position maybe in a legal setup. I do believe you could, however, like I said, act a little bit overboard, because maybe whatever's going on around the 12th of April is triggering some sort of an old wound around not being able to defend what you stand for, maybe in the past. So just be careful not to project things from the past onto what's happening in the present moment. 12th, 13th of April, Venus goes direct in Pisces. Finally. So matters connected with career, matters also connected with travel, transportation, especially short distance, cars, sales, matters also connected with loans, investments, debts, are slowly but surely going to get resolved over the course of April and all the way until mid-May, because that is when the Venus post-retrograde shadow period ends. When I say they will get resolved, I am referring only to the issues that might have experienced delays, challenges, frustrations during the Venus retrograde, which started on the 1st of March. If you have been feeling a tiny bit confused as to where some of your investments are headed, because the 8th house can be associated with investments as well, Venus going direct is probably going to bring you clarity. However, remember that the post-retrograde shadow period ends in mid-May, so I wouldn't necessarily celebrate just yet, even though it could feel like things are looking up. They're looking better in terms of investments. By the way, this is not financial advice. You're completely responsible for what you do with your finances. A sticky matter when it comes to joint assets, joint finances, joint resources, let's say. A topic of contention, a point of contention, or maybe even a misunderstanding might resurface, and now it can be addressed and it can be resolved after Venus goes direct. When I say joint finances, I'm referring, for instance, to joint assets. Maybe you and a sibling own a property together, and there have been all sorts of like issues and a lack of clarity regarding this property in the past month and a half. And now with Venus direct, you can sit down, talk, and say, okay, what are we doing with this property? Are we selling? Are we buying? What is the deal? What is the deal with it? 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We also have a full moon in Libra. This is squaring Mars. Because of the square to Mars, I have warned everyone, Leos, that this can be a very belligerent full moon. It can be a full moon when conflicts erupt. There could be a conflict erupting between you and a sibling, you and a neighbor, you and an in-law, you and a teacher, you and a colleague. If a conflict does erupt, I would be careful what I say, because it does look like the other person could take things very much to heart. They could take things very personally and try to almost like attack you behind your back and take a stab at you and undermine you. There's also a possibility that travel plans might go completely out the window around the 13th of April, Leos. So if you have travel plans already, I do recommend being flexible, because you might need to change them at short notice. There could be like plane cancellations. There could be issues on the road, train cancellations, and so on. If you don't have any travel plans, there might be a need to travel at short notice. So without necessarily having initially thought that this might be needed, you might need to travel in order to handle a family matter, a family issue. This is a time when a very sticky conversation is probably going to happen around money, finances, joint assets, joint resources, maybe also around inheritance, around taxes, debts. And I do believe there is a high chance of someone losing their temper, and it's not necessarily you. Leos, it might be the other person. I am gonna say it. You might actually be quite soft-spoken, but the other person might really be triggered by what you have to say. Once again, my recommendation is to not take things personally and to actually maybe look at their reaction as proof of the fact that they have been through a lot and that they are extra sensitive. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries for the rest of the month. So you're going to be thinking a lot about legal matters, travel matters, educational matters. And 17th of April, Mercury conjuncts Neptune, big dreams, big plans, big talks when it comes to what you believe in, when it comes to what you stand for, when it comes to your life philosophy and your worldview. You could also receive this sense of inspiration from divinity, from a higher power, in terms of what the meaning of life actually is, and what is worth fighting for, and what is worth standing up for. I did say this in the past, I'm going to say it again. Mercury conjunct Neptune is very good for meditation. It's very good for expressing ourselves and communicating in an artistic manner. And you might be able to be very convincing and very persuasive when you talk about matters that you believe in, when you talk about spiritual matters, but also when you talk about something that you are invested in from a creative perspective, from an artistic perspective, potentially. But Mercury conjunct Neptune is not great for facts and rational analysis. On the contrary, we might not have clarity when it comes to facts, data, stats, and numbers. We might be prone to exaggerating, to inflating the facts. So just be aware of that. And if you are listening to any spiritual leaders or politicians or people in the educational space hold speeches around this time, or if you're having a conversation with them, please take what they say with a massive pinch of salt, because they are probably, I don't want to say distorting the facts, but they're definitely not being very factual at all. 19th of April, Mars goes into your first house. Leos, I think this is going to feel great in a sense, because Mars is going to stay in your first house throughout the rest of April, May, even the first part of June. It's giving you energy. It's making you a little bit impatient. It's making you keen to start off things, to go after what you want, to be very dynamic, to be very active. Mars is also associated with strength, so you might feel very, very strong. You might also be very strongly driven and motivated to fight for family, fight for home-related matters, and also fight for what you believe in. Potentially also fight in a legal setup, Leos. Mars is going to be making some aspects over the next few days, some of them easier than others. So 19th of April, Mars trines Neptune. This is a superb day. You might also feel the energy a day before and the day after. It's a great day to fight for your ideals, to fight for a dream. You seem to be very admired for your courage, for your bold kind of like your bold moves, your bold approach to life. You might also be revered somehow as a role model that genuinely fights for something beyond their own kind of like individual life and existence. You might also feel like you are pushing through very easily and moving at tremendous speed when it comes to a matter that was initially maybe quite blurred and foggy. Also 19th of April, Sun goes into Taurus in your house of career. So for the next month, you're going to be very focused, very invested in your career, in your public status, public reputation, in your public life in general. 21st of April, Sun squares Mars. Clashes between you and maybe an authority figure, maybe a boss. Maybe you want to move fast, the boss wants to move slow. You're stubborn, they might be stubborn, they might be very conservative, you might be very creative. I don't see this being resolved immediately. So do be careful who you oppose, who you antagonize, because this might be more of an uphill battle than you thought it would be. 23rd of April, Sun squares Pluto. You might also feel it day before and day after. Clarity as to who is opposing you, clarity as to who holds tremendous like power and sway and influence over your career, but this person or this institution or these individuals, they are not your friends, they are your opponents, they are your adversaries. Something also that you might have kept hidden or under wraps, or that maybe was hidden from you, becomes very, very obvious in a public setup, and it could have something to do with your relationship sector, but also with business collaborations. 27th of April, not excited for this at all. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to be very straightforward. Leos, I don't like this. Mars opposes Pluto. This has happened before in January, first week of January. So do have to think about what was going on in your life at the time. Big fights, big conflicts, destructive fights. Now, not all of this has to happen, and you have to remember that astrology is just symbolic. Astrology is the cosmic weather, okay? So there is huge potential for destructive conflicts. There is huge potential for you to pick up a fight with a much stronger opponent than you are, and this could backfire tremendously. You might pick up a fight with someone who's been in the shadows, and you don't know what they're capable of. There's also a high chance of conflicts with partners, business partners, romantic partners. My major recommendation, Leos, so I repeat, astrology is just symbolic, so it doesn't have to manifest in one specific way in terms of the 3D reality. Slow down. Don't poke the bear. Don't rush headfirst with a lot of like pomp and like circumstance and in a grandiose manner. Don't rush headfirst into an argument, into an opposition with someone, into a match with someone, and in a one-to-one like fight with someone. You might think that the odds are in your favor, but they might not be. And even when it comes to a partner, let's say you are very frustrated by something that a partner does, and you want to give them a mouthful. I would slow down, because the partner might have so much more that they offload. So you might say, hey, I don't like it when you do X, Y, Z. I don't like it when you leave, I don't know, the dishes in the sink for like a day. And the other person could kind of like blow up and unload some of the issues and frustrations that they might have been accumulating for years. So slow down before you pick up a fight. New moon in Taurus, also 27th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after, in your house of career. New beginning when it comes to your professional life, when it comes to your public status, your public reputation. This new beginning could involve a new role, a new job, a new position, maybe something that you've been negotiating in private and secret. But also this new beginning could involve maybe new leadership. So at the top, there could be some changes in the company that you work for. There could be changes happening also within the industry, the sector that you're active in. Also, new beginning potentially connected with a family member, especially the mother. I'd say this new moon seems to bring with it some sort of a transformation. A transformation maybe when it comes to the people that you work with, when it comes to business relationships, when it comes to professional relationships, but also a transformation when it comes to money. So maybe you're going to be better paid, or you are going to receive, I don't know, like a higher bonus or something along those lines. You might also reveal publicly some of the changes that have been happening, some of the transformations that have been happening, Leos, in your life, especially in your relationship sector. Maybe since March, you might be ready to like expose them and share them with the world. Venus goes into Aries 30th of April. It's going to be there for the entirety of May. Venus transiting Aries in your 9th house does make travel quite pleasant, quite enjoyable, and it does bring help if you need any help, which you might, with legal matters. Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. My dear Virgos, what does April have in store for you? So much action going on in the sky, Virgos, but I have to start off with Mercury going direct on the 7th of April. Mercury is your chart ruler, so if you've been experiencing delays, frustrations, challenges in relationships, challenges in the interactions that you have, not just with partners, but also with business partners. So I'm not just referring to romantic partners. Maybe challenges that you've had in relation to bosses, authority figures. These are likely to start fading away or to get resolved once Mercury goes direct. If you've been experiencing any sort of health-related issues, old issues coming back to your attention, old confusing kind of like problems that you don't know exactly how to solve, Mercury going direct can help once again. It could be that the help comes from the outside, from a health practitioner, from a therapist, from an advisor of some sorts. That's happening on the 7th of April. Before that, 5th of April, active day before and day after, Mars trines Saturn. I like this energy because it feels like you can work successfully together with a partner, with a collaborator, maybe with a work colleague towards achieving some sort of big goal. So it could be that together with your significant other, you are making tremendous progress when it comes to, I don't know, one of the goals that you have concerning maybe like a loan or a mortgage or joint assets, joint finances, or maybe you've decided, okay, we're going to take a leap of faith after careful consideration to buy a car. Speaking of buying cars, 7th of April, Mercury goes direct. So go ahead, buy a car if you want to. I would actually prefer for Mercury to be in Aries, which is going to be on the 16th of April, rather than Mercury being in Pisces if you do decide to buy a car, but up to you. 7th of April also, Venus conjunct Saturn in your 7th house of relationships. Important commitments that you might need to make to someone, either in your personal life, but also potentially in your professional life. It feels like a relationship is a little bit still a headache in the workspace. It also feels maybe a little bit hard to discern what this person actually wants, what they expect. This connection between Venus and Saturn, this conjunction, can also pinpoint the fact that your partner maybe is still going through a little bit of a harder time, and they have difficulties in figuring out what they want, what they value, what's important to them. Maybe they're a little bit frustrated because things are moving very slow in their lives, especially when it comes to financial matters, maybe also when it comes to educational matters. If that's the case with regards to a partner, they are likely to feel like things are finally progressing in the right direction around the 25th of April, when Venus is going to conjunct Saturn again. Also, 25th of April can be the time with Venus conjunct Saturn, Venus in direct motion. This can be the time when you are ready, you're prepared to make a long-term solid commitment to someone, both in the workspace potentially, but also in your private life and your personal life. So if your partner has been having maybe expectations or demands, or if they've been feeling a bit down or sad or low because they're not getting exactly what they expect from you, whatever that might be, 25th of April, it feels like you're on board with them. It feels like they also have clarity as to how things can function moving forward. So 25th of April is a really good time to agree to some sort of a long-term joint effort, or to agree to a long-term commitment to someone. It's also a great day, 25th of April, to maybe sign a business partnership, a professional collaboration, or a collaboration that has something to do with your health. So if you've been meaning to, I don't know, get a personal trainer or start therapy, 25th of April, I like it. I like it very much. 12th of April, Sun conjuncts Chiron in Aries. You might become aware of potentially some of the challenges that have been bubbling up, let's say, when it comes to your debts, taxes, but also when it comes to your investments. You might also realize how maybe you've made a wrong call, and how you've made a mistake, and how that is impacting your finances in a negative way, especially your investments, Virgos. And this could be the time to actually repair that mistake, and kind of like turn it around and say, okay, I see it. I see what the problem is. I see what the issue is. I see how this has been, I don't know, causing my funds to be drained from my accounts. So now's the time to set the record straight and to push through this challenge. 12th, 13th of April, Venus goes direct. Beautiful time for what? A lot of things. You might have been experiencing delays, challenges in relationships since Venus went retrograde beginning of March. You might have also been going through a reevaluation of your relationship sector since the beginning of March, Virgos. There is a chance that you're going to know, okay, these are the people that I want to have by my side. Also, these are the people who I want to keep on being involved with. Maybe these are the clients that I want to keep on working with. Romantically, if you've been having a bit of a harder time deciding, is this relationship worth it or not? Or maybe the other person who you are dating or who you're seeing might have been having second thoughts. Venus going direct can bring everyone clarity. I'd say Venus is also the ruler of your ninth house. So if you have been experiencing any frustrations or delays or a sense of stagnation when it comes to legal matters, finally after Venus goes direct, it might feel like the right people reach out to you. Maybe your lawyer, your attorney is taking care of things in the best way possible. Now they know what to do. Now they know how to tackle whatever issue you might have been having on a legal level. And also any sort of like talks about collaborating with someone from a financial perspective, if they have been going nowhere during the Venus retrograde, which started beginning of March all the way until the 12th, 13th of April, Venus going direct can actually lead to a very fruitful collaboration. 13th of April, speaking of money and financial matters, 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after. The full moon in Libra puts the spotlight on your financial sector. It's a culminating point financially. I feel like you could be making a big payment. I feel like you could also be receiving a lump sum of money. But I also see arguments. I see conflicts. I see the possibility of arguing over money with a friend, arguing over money with maybe a group of people, with maybe an institution, maybe an organization, maybe deciding to stop collaborating with an organization because they're not paying you the right amount, or because you might realize that your values are not aligned with their values. It could also feel like a friend maybe takes a stab at you in terms of what you value and what is important to you. If that is the case, I would try to potentially be the be the bigger person and take a very kind of like diplomatic and kind and gentle approach. to how this friend manifests, to how this friend kind of like comes across in your life. Because if you take that gentle approach, that compassionate approach, you might actually completely disarm them and they might realize, maybe I've overreacted, or maybe I have like the wrong reaction in this situation. Maybe I'm actually upset by something else, let's say. I feel like you might also need to change your plans in some shape or form because of financial news coming to the surface around this time, Virgos. That doesn't mean that you cannot go ahead with some of your long-term goals, but in the shorter term, your plans might need to be adjusted. I'm just gonna put it out there. Whatever is going on in your life financially, I do recommend talking to maybe an advisor, or maybe even to your partner, because they might help you see the bigger picture and see how things can move forward. Because in the heat of the moment, you might be feeling quite kind of like agitated and discombobulated, let's say. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries, and it's going to stay there for the rest of the month. So you might be feeling very eager to change things, to transform things, to talk about transformation, to talk about sticky matters, to talk about money, to talk about investments, to talk about issues within your relationship sector, within your potentially also within your career sector. So to talk about the things that matter, but that could possibly be seen as maybe contentious or taboo or challenging topics. Mercury conjuncts Neptune in Aries on the 17th of April. Do be very careful when you talk about money, when you sign anything connected with money, taxes, debts, when you maybe hear about a fabulous opportunity to invest in something. Mercury coming together with Neptune is great for, well, it's great for expressing ourselves in a subtle, mystical, kind of like maybe even imaginative manner. So it's great for artists. This could be a great time to maybe compose a song fueled by a very transformative event in your life, fueled by a crisis potentially. But if you are signing any papers connected with money, investments, or loans, or taxes, or things like that, or if you're talking about any of these, do be careful, because someone might not be telling the complete truth. You might miss very, very important details. You might be in a rush to say, yes, this sounds great, this looks great, so woohoo. But something could actually be too good to be true. I do believe someone might kind of like try to potentially like sugarcoat something to look better than it actually is, and it might end up costing you quite a bit of money. I'm just going to say this. Speaking of money, however, this can be a very good time to help someone with money and finances. I want to say almost to like save them. The opposite is very possible. Someone could, metaphorically speaking, save you from a sticky situation financially. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo in your 12th house. Mars is going to be there for a long time. The rest of April, May, first half of June. I do believe that you might be reading a lot, learning a lot, and thinking a lot in private, behind the scenes, my dear Virgos. I apologize, but you might not always have the happiest of thoughts, and there is a possibility that buried kind of like anger or frustration or resentment coming from a place of wounded pride might contribute to self-sabotage. So do be careful. If your pride has been wounded, don't jump into anything rash just because you want to prove someone wrong, let's say. 19th of April, Sun goes into Taurus in your 9th house for the next month. Long distance traveling is a sector that is illuminated for you. Traveling, education is also illuminated, legal matters, and also your belief system and your connection with a higher power is illuminated. You might be feeling quite inspired over the next month. Also, 19th of April, Mars trines Neptune. This could be a very, very good day, and potentially you might feel the energy the day before and the day after to take action to remove whatever is no longer aligned with your ideal life, to take action to transform your life, to take action to clear out from your life anything that has been causing issues from a mental health perspective, from a psychological perspective. You could also be feeling very, somehow kind of like inspired to take action by maybe a very difficult event in your life, and it feels like you can transmute that difficult event and the maybe challenging emotional energy that came out of it. You can transmute it into something very powerful and very productive. 21st of April, Sun squares Mars. I'm gonna say it, you might be angry with someone in a position of like authority, maybe like a mentor or a guide or a coach, or maybe like a judge, maybe someone in a legal institution. You might be very angry with them, but I don't believe there is a lot that you can do to push back. It feels like they have kind of like quite a bit of power, and you have to bite your tongue a little bit. There could also be maybe some sort of like hidden disruption affecting some of the plans that you had made to travel around this time. 23rd of April, Sun squares Pluto. Again, challenges when it comes to traveling, but this time they could come from your workplace. So you might need to completely transform your completely kind of like shift your plans, and even like take a plane on a different date, catch a flight on a different date, because work calls. There is also a chance that some things could be shaking up dramatically in your team at work. So maybe someone is leaving short notice. It feels like there could be some sort of crisis, let's say, and as a result, you might need to postpone a trip. Also, you might become very, very aware of how your belief system, Virgos, is clashing with the need to transform your approach to work and to health. And maybe it's worth being a tiny little bit less rigid when it comes to your mentality and your beliefs, because for the next 2 decades, your work is definitely going to change. It's definitely going to transform, and your health related habits are definitely going to transform also with Pluto transiting this part of your chart. 27th of April, my absolute least favorite transit is happening. Mars opposing Pluto. It's also active a couple of days before and a couple of days after. Intense, potentially destructive conflicts at work with colleagues, with maybe the people that you work with people on the team. Transformation, quite kind of like intense transformation that involves severing of ties with certain people within the workspace. So some people could be made redundant at work. The team might be made redundant. Someone might leave at short notice. There is a possibility that someone could try to attack your work in a hidden manner, but it's probably not going to be long until it's very, very visible. Someone might try to sabotage your work from behind the scenes. You might also realize that something's been sabotaging your health behind the scenes, and it could make you quite angry. Speaking of health, this is not the time to overdo things from a health perspective. It's not the time to push it too hard in one direction or another. I would actually advocate for balance, if you ask me. Crisis at work is the theme here, but you might also want to like get things going and get things out of a point of stagnation generally in your life. And it just feels like you have to go through the motions. It just feels like you have to go through every single step of the process, rather than trying to skip stages, let's say. Mars opposing Pluto is prone to accidents, I'm not gonna lie, so that's why I said slow down, don't overdo it, work-wise. And you could also be very, very angry. Work-wise and health-wise, you could be quite angry. I'm not going to mince my words. I know that there will be people who say, Rux, why are you laughing about this? This is serious stuff. It is serious stuff. At the same time, we have to laugh in the face of life, because otherwise, what is the alternative? Sink in a pit of despair. So I am laughing an ironic laugh, just as an FYI. This all got very dark very quick. Do look back Virgos, especially Virgo risings, at what was going on in your health sector and also work sector first week of January, because Mars opposed Pluto again at that point in time. New moon in Taurus, 27th of April, also active 3 days before, 3 days after in your 9th house. New beginning when it comes to traveling, when it comes to your academic path, when it comes to your educational path, but also maybe when it comes to your legal status. Maybe you start the process to apply for a visa, to apply for a foreign residency. It feels like you have very strong support from someone. It could be a partner. It could be potentially like an attorney, so a legal advisor of some sorts. Also, new beginning when it comes to your belief system and your mentality in regards to relationships. Your belief system might change when it comes to relationships. And I do believe it is changing for the better. The challenges, the problems, the issues that you've been dealing with within the relationship sector have potentially made you aware of how your beliefs need to evolve, how being rigid is not serving you or your relationship. Saying that, if you are in a relationship, your partner could experience some sort of a new beginning involving traveling, involving education, involving their academic path, or involving their legal status. So again, I'm thinking of visas, residencies, and things like that. Venus enters Aries, 30th of April in your 8th house. Things are likely for the rest of the month, which is basically ending, but pretty much for the entirety of May, things are likely to look better and to flow a lot easier when it comes to matters connected with loans, debts, taxes, and inheritance, insurance, but also joint assets and joint resources. Also, Venus transiting the 8th house is really good for intimacy, for building intimacy, and for finding some sort of a common ground, a middle path, and a way to work together when it comes to like really maybe like sticky issues or challenging issues that you share with someone else. Let's say you might also see for the month of May some positive news, some positive trends when it comes to existing investments. But again, this is not financial advice. Please take the advice of a financial advisor, and remember, you're completely responsible for what you do in the financial sphere. And that is Virgos for April. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings. April of 2025. What does it have in store for you, Libras? So on the 5th of April, but you might also feel this energy the day before and the day after. Mars in Cancer in your house of career is making a trine to Saturn in your house of day-to-day work. I love this aspect because it feels like you are finally making progress. It feels like you're finally moving forward with an issue on the professional front that might have given you headaches or that might have taken essentially a long time to figure out. Possibly since either last autumn. So I'm thinking of maybe like September, October of 2024, or it might have been giving you headaches around January, February this year. So significant progress after delays, after a period of stagnation, after having to deal with a lot of unknowns, after having to deal with potentially quite confusing energies on this front. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct. Mercury is going to go direct, Libras, in your house of day-to-day work and health. And for you, Mercury also rules your 9th house of foreign lands, foreign countries, legal matters. So what can we expect with Mercury going direct? Well, finally, miscommunication or challenges in communication, challenges of a technical nature, maybe challenges connected with, like digital tools, software, in the workspace are probably going to start getting resolved. If you've been having a hard time finding solutions to matters connected with your work or to matters connected with your health, from the 7th of April onwards, it feels like things are much easier to figure out. Now, do keep in mind that the post-retrograde shadow period actually ends towards the end of April. So you're not necessarily going to see a resolution immediately after Mercury goes direct, but good news. So things are starting to progress on the work front, but also, as I said, potentially on the health front. If you've been dealing with I don't know, like challenges in terms of getting an appointment with the right doctor, or figuring out what's going on with some of your health-related tests, and so on. If you've been also getting trouble figuring out a legal matter connected with your work, then once again, Mercury going direct is probably going to help over the next few weeks. You might also figure out, both on the legal front as well as on the work front, Libras, some sort of a mistake maybe that was made and that was not immediately visible. I don't believe that this mistake was made on purpose. I mean, that's the definition of a mistake. It's not made on purpose, but there could be a part of you that thinks, was someone maybe like trying to sabotage my my work? 7th of April and also on the 25th of April, Venus is going to conjunct Saturn in your house of day-to-day work and health. So these 2 days, 7th of April and the 25th of April, are also days in which you might have to work really hard on a relationship with maybe a client, a colleague, a collaborator. You might also need to make some sort of a commitment in the workspace that you're going to be invested in something for the long term. There's also a possibility in the workspace that you might need to set stronger boundaries, both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April. There is a possibility that around the 7th of April, maybe day before, day after, a relationship with a colleague or a coworker is not necessarily going super smoothly. It might feel like it's a work in progress in some shape or form. It may feel like it's easier to find common ground with this person and find a way to move out of a stalemate, probably from the 25th of April onwards. Also around the 7th and around the 25th, when Venus conjunct Saturn, Venus is your chart ruler for Libra risings. So I am thinking you might need to be very consciously committed. I apologize. You might need to be very consciously committing to a more disciplined health routine, I'd say. Initially, maybe it could feel a tiny little bit harder, especially around the 7th of April, but from the 25th of April, it may feel like it's part of your day-to-day, like you can stick to this for the long term. 12th of April, Sun conjuncts Chiron. You might also feel this the day before and the day after. In your house of relationships, there is a possibility that someone might feel wounded, and they might have a very, I don't know, like ego-driven reaction in your interaction with them. You could also see very clearly around this time what a specific partner feels triggered by. It could be a romantic partner, but it could also be a business partner. 12th, 13th of April, depending on where you're based in the world, Venus goes direct. This is fantastic news. Venus is going to go direct in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. So if you've been, again, kind of like experiencing maybe lingering challenges or trouble on the health front, both Mercury going direct as well as Venus going direct, both of these are going to help. The Venus post-retrograde shadow period, however, ends mid-May. Also, if you've been, I don't know, looking for a job, or if you've been investing a lot of energy into a specific work project, and maybe you felt like things are not moving at the pace that you want them to move at, especially if this work-related endeavor, maybe a project or maybe a job search, involves working with others very closely, collaborating with others very closely, maybe adhering to someone else's values very closely. So if you've been experiencing delays in this regards or challenges in this regards, with Venus having gone retrograde beginning of March, Venus going direct is once again the giver of the green light, let's say, from a symbolic perspective. So it may feel like you can finally figure out what people expect of you. You can finally figure out how to work with someone in alignment with their values. It might feel like finally if you're looking for a job, your endeavors in terms of finding a job are starting to pay off. Maybe you hear back from someone that you've interviewed with a while ago. So I am liking this. Also, if you've been struggling with routine, with Venus in retrograde, Venus going direct is fantastic, I'd say, especially if you've been struggling with routines that involve maybe better sleeping or something of a Piscean nature. So I'm thinking of, I don't know, maybe like meditation or mindfulness, consciously kind of taking time to unwind, to relax. I repeat, you are probably going to love Venus going direct. Also, if you've been experiencing any sort of financial crisis in the workspace, Venus going direct is, I don't want to say a lifesaver, but definitely it's of use. 13th of April active, 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a full moon in Libra, activating your first house, 7th house axis, the axis of relationships. This full moon is a bit of a mixed bag. It is ruled by Venus, and Venus has gone direct in Pisces, where Venus likes to be. So let me just explain why that is important. Venus is exalted in Pisces. Venus is going to be conjunct Saturn and Mercury. It is going to trine Mars in your house of career, but the full moon itself is going to square Mars. So what are we seeing here? Essentially, we are seeing some sort of a culminating point in your life, Libra, involving a specific partnership, a specific collaboration, a specific interaction, probably with someone in the career space, or a specific interaction that is very visible from the outside. From the outside kind of like world to the outside world, a specific relationship that is maybe also very, very visible to the outside world. I am seeing a culminating point that could involve a conflict, that could involve an argument reaching its peak, I have to say. Why? Because of the square to Mars. Now, this is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I don't necessarily believe conflicts are a bad thing. They can actually precipitate change, and I do believe change is necessary. So it feels like a specific relationship is under fire in some shape or form, and it can go either way. I do believe that if you are, because Venus, which is your chart ruler, is going to be in Pisces, I do believe that if you take a very compassionate, empathetic, kind approach to this person, even if they annoy you, I do believe that the relationship can continue. If you decide, you know what, I don't want to work with this kind of person moving forward, I don't want to collaborate with this person, with this client, with this maybe employer moving forward, because they are transgressing my boundaries. So you might try to kind of like emphasize what your boundary is. And if you feel like they're still transgressing it, then you might decide to stop the collaboration. It does feel like a relationship can come to a close, especially a business relationship, a professional relationship. It could also be a relationship of a one-to-one kind of nature. So I'm thinking, I don't know, you might decide to stop working with your therapist, or you might decide to stop working with your holistic health practitioner, let's say. Someone is going to be very irritated, and I don't believe it's going to be you. I believe it's probably going to be the other person. They might be the one that is quite irritated by maybe your decision, by your desire to institute stronger boundaries, and as a result, you might stop the interaction, you might stop the collaboration. There is a possibility that you could also have some sort of a public argument with a boss or with your significant other, for those of you who are in a relationship. Once again, I do believe that the other person is potentially the one that is the most triggered, my dear Libras. So If you believe that this relationship is worth investing in, I feel like you can be the peacemaker, the peace bringer, the calm one, the stable, the steady one. But if you realize, you know what, I don't want to move forward with this person, then this full moon can actually result in some sort of a breakup, in some sort of an ending. I'd say. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries in your house of relationships. So I do believe you're going to be thinking a lot about other people, about your relationship sector. There could also be things that are brought to the surface, maybe from behind the scenes when it comes to interaction with a specific person in your life, someone who you see either as a partner or as a collaborator of some sorts, or maybe even as a counselor, as an advisor of some sorts. 17th of April, Mercury conjunct Neptune. You might feel very inspired by something that someone else says. You might feel very, very inspired in terms of this person speaking of something that resembles very closely your ideals and your life philosophy. If you are dating, however, Libras, and let's say you are at the beginning of your, I don't know, like dating journey with someone, I would take whatever someone else says with a pinch of salt around the 17th of April, maybe also day before and day after, just because Mercury conjunct Neptune can talk a big talk and can speak about dreams and ideals and big visions, but Neptune is not necessarily the most practical, down-to-earth, pragmatic, and realistic energy. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo in your 11th house. So for the rest of the month, and actually Mars is going to stay here for almost like 2 months. For the rest of April, you're probably going to put a lot of energy into your social life and into maybe spending time with friends, into maybe taking action and fighting for something that feels relevant for a community, for a group of people. When I say fighting for something, it doesn't mean that it's an actual like fight, obviously. You might be very driven and very motivated to make something happen, something that involves your friends or something that involves a community or an organization. I do like Mars going into Leo because it feels like your relationship sector, both romantic as well as business-wise, is taking a turn for the better. But not just yet, because there is a specific transit just around the corner that I'm not necessarily a big fan of. But overall, Mars transiting Leo is probably going to feel a lot better than Mars transiting Cancer from a relationship perspective. 19th of April, Sun goes into Taurus in your 8th house, so it illuminates your fears. It illuminates maybe the need to transform something in your life over the next month. Also, the need to maybe revisit existing agreements when it comes to shared assets, shared resources, when it comes to maybe like shared expenses. 19th of April, also active day before day after, Mars trines Neptune. It feels like you are very inspired to pursue a relationship, to pursue a connection, to pursue a collaboration. And it also feels like 19th of April, day before and day after, could bring good news from a financial perspective. You might also feel very appreciated by a friend or by a community that you're a part of, and maybe even by a partner. 21st of April, Sun squares Mars, some sort of a moment of friction between you and a friend. And 23rd of April, Sun in Taurus squares Pluto. Something could be brought to the surface in regards to a romantic connection, something that you are not aware of, something that could actually change things. You might say, oh my God, this changes everything. Why did you hide this from me? So there is a possibility that you might feel a tiny little bit betrayed. 27th of April, this is my least favorite transit of the month. Mars opposes Pluto. It's also going to be active probably a couple of days before and a couple of days after the 27th. I'm not a big fan of this. Do look back at the beginning of January when Mars opposed Pluto once again. Let me just double check that that is correct. Double, triple checking, because I don't want to give you the wrong information. So January of 2025. Let's see. Let's see. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Yes, that is correct. First week of January, Mars opposed Pluto. I potentially foresee a very intense, transformative conflict, argument, fight with either a friend or a romantic partner, or this feeling of intense anger towards maybe a community or a group or an organization that you're a part of. I do believe this can be a bit of a make it or break it moment. And maybe part of you decides that it's break it rather than make it. Also, 27th of April, new moon in Taurus in your 8th house, a fresh start when it comes to the topic of shared assets, investments, shared resources. You might decide to approach these areas differently. You might decide potentially to invest more time into figuring out what is a good investment strategy. You might also decide to transform some of your health-related habits and really commit to them. You might decide to start investing more in your inner transformation, I'd say. And 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries in your 7th house of relationships. I do believe you're going to like this because relationships have been a bit of a mixed bag this month, Libra, and I'm not just referring to romantic relationships, I'm referring to all sorts of relationships. So Venus transiting your 7th house is probably going to bring a tiny bit of respite, and it may calm things down a little bit, and make people more pliable, more accommodating. That is Libra. Now let's move on to Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. April of 2025, Scorpios. What does it have in store for you? So the month kicks off with Mars trining Saturn on the 5th of April, but you might also feel this energy a day before and a day after. I like this because it feels like you are taking action that is very aligned with where your heart is, Scorpios. I do have to say this. You might also have this strong sense of believing in something that you're building, something that maybe requires you to express yourselves creatively, or something that requires you to tap into your heart space in some shape or form. So you might be very invested in this. You might have a strong sense of faith in this. There is a possibility that you might also be taking action to book something, or to just kick off something on the travel front. So I don't know, maybe you're finally booking those plane tickets, or you're finally making plans with your family, or with your kids, or with your romantic partner to go on that holiday, to go on that vacation. If you have been struggling with something on the educational front or on the legal front, maybe either last autumn, so around September, October of 2024, or beginning of this year, 2025, January, February, then this transit is superb, because it feels like the coast is finally clear somehow after a lot of effort. And the relationship with one of your children, if you have kids, is probably looking significantly better as well, especially if it's been quite hard to maybe get on the same page with your child, or maybe genuinely understand what they're going through. I want to say, Scorpios, especially from an emotional perspective. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct in your 5th house. I love this. Why? Because communication with romantic partners, children, maybe even friends, is looking significantly better. If you've been experiencing problems, issues, challenges in this regards, Mercury going direct, I repeat, is fabulous. If you've been feeling uninspired, if you've been feeling like it's hard to maybe find your words when it comes to a creative project that you're involved in, if you've been feeling like it's hard to collaborate with someone on a creative front, then once again, Mercury going direct. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. If your child has been struggling at school or in regards to their education in some shape or form, I love Mercury going direct, my dear Scorpios. 7th of April, but also 25th of April, Venus is going to conjunct Saturn in your 5th house. Now, Venus is the ruler of your house of relationships. On the 7th, it's still retrograde. On the 25th, Venus is already direct. It feels like you are making some sort of a commitment to someone that doesn't feel that easy. That feels like actually quite a bit of effort. That feels like quite hard work. You're making a commitment to someone that you love, to maybe be there for them, to support them. I feel like you're making some sort of a promise of unconditional support or of unconditional love in one form or another. Even if this doesn't necessarily come that easily, because I repeat, you might not necessarily understand this person fully. You might not necessarily resonate with them fully or understand fully what they're going through from an inner world standpoint, from an emotional standpoint. I do believe that it might feel a lot easier to stick to this commitment or to stick to what you've promised to this person. It could be, as I said, your romantic partner, but it could also be someone else that you love, such as your child or maybe a parent. It might feel a lot easier to stick to the promise from the 25th of April onwards. I also believe that you might be discussing the terms and conditions, let's call them, of a relationship with someone, both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April. There is a possibility that you might revisit these terms and conditions around the 25th, and the ones that you agree upon around the 25th of April do seem to be steady and the actual long-term ones that everyone is going to remember and adhere to. I'd say love and pragmatism are going hand in hand, both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April. And sometimes they're not the most obvious of bedfellows. Is that the saying, bedfellows? I don't know, maybe. So it feels like you might need to find this sort of path of mixing duty, pragmatism, and realism with love and with affection and with something that is very, very close to your heart. I'd say 7th of April and also the 25th of April are very, very good days to work on, and maybe also the day before and the day after. They're very good days to work on a creative project. But if you are feeling stuck in some shape or form, or if you're feeling like things are not exactly looking the way that you would like them to look around the 7th of April, do wait until the 25th, because things are looking much better and you are kind of like reaching that form from a creative perspective that you are quite happy with. 12th of April, Sun conjunct Chiron. This feels like a day when it's very, very obvious to you what your kind of like sore spot, what your trigger point is, either when it comes to how you do your job, how you do your work, or when it comes to a health-related matter, something that maybe feels like a tiny little bit of a weakness, and you're like, ta-da, now I see you. Now it's very clear to me that you've been causing issues. 12th, 13th of April, depending on where you're based in the world, Venus goes direct. I love this. So romantic relationships, relationships with children, relationships with maybe people who you're collaborating with on a creative front are starting to look a lot better. If you have been connecting with someone romantically during the Venus retrograde, since the beginning of March, potentially, or at some point since March of 2025, Venus going direct is probably going to shed light on the long-term potential of this connection. Venus going direct is also very helpful when it comes to creative inspiration. Also when it comes to you genuinely enjoying and genuinely feeling like you're making good progress on the creative front, or when it comes to one of your passions and hobbies. Maybe you've been struggling a little bit with finding joy, finding pleasure, finding inspiration ever since Venus went retrograde. But now with Venus direct, you're like, it's finally come back. The inspiration is here. The imagination is kind of like starting to flow very, very easily with Venus in direct motion. Once again, I am looking at the topic of children. Both Mercury retrograde as well as Venus retrograde might have brought some issues, some problems, some challenges when it comes to children. Maybe you found it, as I said, like difficult to understand what they're going through. Maybe they found it hard to express what they're going through. So now with Venus going direct, I like this because it feels like communication and connection and positive interaction between you and your kids is back on track. It's much more likely to happen from now onwards. I'd say. If you've been, how should I put it, postponing moving forward with a project that is very, very close to your heart, Scorpios, because you've found all sorts of, I don't know, flaws, issues, challenges, reasons as to why you should not move forward, then Venus going direct is going to probably make it very, very clear to you that you can actually work through things. You can actually overcome any sort of potential obstacles that might come your way. 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon in Libra, squaring Mars in Cancer. So a few things are going on here. I do believe that some of you could be saying, Scorpios, I've had enough of this job. I've had enough of this work. I am done. I no longer want to deal with these people. So I feel like this could be some sort of a culminating point when it comes to your job, when it comes to your work, when it comes to maybe a work-related project. It does feel like the energy in the air is quite conflictual because the full moon is squaring Mars. So as a result of potentially a conflict that you're having with someone, or as a result of feeling quite triggered, you might decide, yeah, thank you and goodbye. There is a possibility also that legal changes, maybe new legislation, but also maybe things that are happening in an international global environment are possibly affecting your work. So you might need to revisit how you go about your work. You might need to revisit potentially day-to-day aspects of how you fulfill your tasks. There is also a possibility that you might be very conscious, let's say, around this time, of an element that has been sabotaging either your work or your health, or potentially a combination of both. So maybe something that has been contributing to you shooting yourselves in the foot, Scorpios. Now, it could be your belief system. It could be one of your beliefs. It could be a limiting belief. It could be your attitude towards certain topics. In any case, the spotlight is very, very strongly placed on issues that have been undermining maybe either your work or your health, or a combination of both. I'd say I would recommend that you take it easy and that you slow down around this time, Scorpios. When it comes to work, I would also recommend the same thing when it comes to health-related matters, because it does feel like you might need to take a bit of a break as well. The fact that Mars is squaring the full moon is telling me that there could be a high level of inflammation that you're feeling. Maybe on an emotional level, but also potentially on a physical level. You could just be a little bit tired. You could just be a little bit burnt out, a little bit under too much strain, I'd say. So if you feel like that, my recommendation would be to maybe take a couple of days off, and maybe just spend the days or spend the time doing something that is relaxing, doing something that is aligned with your passions and hobbies, or maybe just spend time with your kids. So that would be my recommendation. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries. So it does feel like for the rest of the month, you may be quite mentally focused and driven to figure out what's next for you work-wise, but also what's next for you health-wise. 17th of April, Mercury conjunct Neptune in the work sector. I believe that this is a day when you can have some really kind of inspired thoughts. If you're working in a creative space, in an imaginative space, if you're working in a space that requires you to come up with new visions, new ideas, maybe you're working in advertising. I really like this energy. If you need to work with numbers around the 17th of April and stats and data and facts and factual stuff, essentially, I don't necessarily like this because there could be mistakes made. There could be a tendency to gloss over the facts, to gloss over the concrete data. And there is a possibility that you could just make mistakes, or that your colleagues or your coworkers could make mistakes. So do take things with a pinch of salt if you're dealing with, I don't know, spreadsheets, for instance. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo. It's going to be there for a long time, for approximately 2 months, in your house of career. You are very driven, you're very active, you're very motivated to take the bull by the horns, as they say, in the professional sphere. You are probably going to do quite well if you are in a leadership position, or if you are leading specific projects, specific initiatives in the professional space, Scorpios. If you're not, then there is quite a high chance, quite a high possibility of arguments, I want to say, with authority figures throughout the period when Mars is transiting Leo. And especially, I want to give a shout out in terms of conflict, in terms of fights, in terms of arguments with authority figures. I want to give a special shout out to the 27th of April, maybe 2 days before and 2 days after. Also to the 21st of April, maybe, I'm going to say day before and day after. The 27th of April, this is my least favorite, absolute least favorite transit of the month. Mars opposes Pluto. Destructive fights, I want to say, explosive fights, explosive arguments in the professional sphere. You might feel attacked in some shape or form. You might be someone that attacks maybe an authority figure. And if you're doing that, do it with the knowledge that this could change things quite dramatically for you from a professional perspective. So it could genuinely impact maybe your trajectory within this, maybe like company or within this industry. Speaking of industry, this could be a time when you decide to take drastic, radical, transformative action when it comes to your professional path, but also when it comes to your home and living situation. So you might decide to essentially blow up, metaphorically speaking, blow up in the air your existing home and living situation because you are done with compromises. This is a very uncompromising energy. Speaking of home life and you looking to completely transform that around this time, there is a possibility that you could also have very intense, transformative arguments with family members. Now, if you do get pulled into a conflict, keep in mind that this can be really, 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 really serious. So I would be aware of the long-term implications that this can have. I also want to flag that something could break around the house, that something could break also when it comes to your career sector. So I am thinking of something of a technological nature, maybe something of a digital nature, both at home but also in the professional space. So I don't know, your IT system could go down at work or something along those lines. I would also like to give a heads up to Scorpio risings, especially. Please, 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 if you can. I'm not necessarily liking this Mars Pluto opposition when it comes to parents. So parents might experience incidents, they might experience something of a martial nature. So I'm thinking of issues connected with heat, fire, sharp tools. Please give them a heads up to not rush into, I don't know, like fixing something if it's not working, or when it comes to using sharp tools, because there is a high chance of physical accidents, physical incidents. I mean, Mars is also your chart ruler, so do be careful around the house when it comes to managing, I don't know, anything connected with like heat, electricity, when it comes to handling sharp tools. But also if you're working in a space where you use sharp tools, where you use heat, where you use electricity, do be extra cautious. Now, remember, astrology is purely symbolic, so this can manifest at a symbolic level, but I don't believe it ever hurts to be safe rather than sorry. Now, I did jump to this very tense aspect. I mean, as I said, this is probably the most challenging aspect of the month, Scorpios, but I also want to give a shout out to the 19th of April, maybe day before and day after, when Mars, they're probably going to be active day before and day after. Mars is going to be trining Neptune. I feel like you are very inspired to take action, courageous action, when it comes to either your career or when it comes to your health sector. You are inspired by a sense of a higher mission and purpose, or by a dream, by a vision that you have. Also, 19th of April, the sun goes into Taurus in your house of relationships. So it is going to very, very strongly emphasize relationships for the next month. Like I said, 21st of April, sun squares Mars, high chance of ego clashes, ego battles, either with a romantic partner or with a boss or with a figure of authority. 23rd of April, sun squares Pluto. Something could be brought to the surface that was previously hidden in regards to a parent, a home-related matter, a family matter, in regards to a family member. You might not necessarily like what you're seeing, so it could feel like this is quite a big secret, or this is a matter that is quite intense and serious and transformative, and it needs to be handled with tremendous care. Also, 27th of April, we have a new moon in Taurus in your house of relationships, active 3 days before, 3 days after. I mean, this can be a fresh start in some shape or form when it comes to your relationship, sector. But I do believe it's also a fresh start that involves a transformation, potentially a separation of some sorts. Now, I'm not saying that you're separating from a partner. You could be maybe leaving behind an old lifestyle, an old way of life, an old set of attitudes in order to make things work with this person. This can be a fresh start romantically. I do believe that. It can be a fresh start also when it comes to children. So if you're trying to have a child, if you're trying to conceive, then this new moon can bring news of pregnancy. And clearly, if that happens, of course, things are going to look very different for you, both professionally as well as at home. I do believe that you're probably going to be very invested in a relationship around this time, a relationship with someone that is close to your heart, someone that you genuinely love. Now, it doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. It can be, as I said, a relationship with someone that you truly, truly, truly love, someone that means a great, great deal to you. And 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries in your house of day-to-day work. Venus is going to be in Aries in this part of your chart for most of May. I like this because it feels like things are getting a tiny bit easier at work after some big shifts, some big changes, and possibly some big conflicts in April. My dear Sagittarius, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. April of 2025. What's happening? What is going on in the sky? So, on the 5th of April, but you might also feel it the day before and the day after, Mars trines Saturn. I feel like you are making some significant progress at home, on the home front, on the family front, potentially. When it comes to an issue that has been probably quite difficult to tackle, maybe it's required a lot of emotional strength, a lot of emotional resilience. It could be a matter that is connected with children. For those of you who have children, maybe one of your kids has been struggling with something, probably of an educational nature or potentially of an educational nature. So it feels like things are finally moving forward in some shape or form. If you've been experiencing crisis of a financial nature at home in any way, so if, let's say, you've been dealing with a lot of unexpected expenses, or maybe you've been struggling to pay off some sort of debt, possibly, or maybe your partner has been struggling financially, Sagittarians, I like this aspect. So things do seem to be looking up. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct in your house of home, family, living situation. Very good news, Sagittarians. So communication with family members is probably going back on track. Also communication with, I'm going to say, authority figures, bosses, business partners, back on track. Now, if you've been experiencing delays or frustrations connected with a home-related matter, a real estate matter, maybe you've been I don't know, trying to get someone to fix something at home, and maybe the job took longer than you thought it would take, or maybe it's been hard to find the right specialist. Maybe you brought people in, they did not do a good job. Now, Mercury going direct is, I don't want to say a lifesaver, but it will definitely help you tackle this this issue. Let's say 7th of April also, but 25th of April as well, Venus is going to conjunct Saturn in your house of home, family life, and living situation. What's going on here, Sagittarians? So it feels like you might be committing to something at home. You might be making a commitment, maybe to a family member, maybe to your kid, maybe to your romantic partner. You might be making a commitment to them, and you might be saying, okay, we're going to work on this together. We've got this issue, we've got this challenge, or we've got this goal, this joint goal, this common goal. Maybe it's a financial goal. We are committing to making this work together for the long term. It feels like duty and love, duty and relationships potentially, not just romantic, go hand in hand around this time. Initially, I will say you might have the probably like serious conversation or the serious talk, or you might say, okay, we are committing to this together around the 7th of April, maybe day before and day after. But it looks like the actual, let's say, terms and conditions of the agreement are going to be finalized around the 25th of April. I'd say if you're looking to buy a home, if you're looking to move, if you're looking to sell a home, if you're looking to get anything practical or pragmatic done in regards to real estate or land or property of any sort, I feel like you are working very well with someone around the 7th of April, but I also feel like it could take until the 25th of April to be fully on the same page. If you're looking to maybe beautify the home in any shape or form, you might have some good ideas around the 7th of April, but I would not maybe, I don't know, like fully stick to the final creative vision, let's say, for the new maybe like room that you're going to decorate. I would maybe just wait until the 25th of April when Venus is going to be conjunct Saturn again, because that feels somehow kind of like more final. I also believe that both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April, you might be helping a family member with something tangible, something concrete. You might be working together on something. Maybe you're helping them repaint the house. Maybe you're helping them redecorate the house or something along those lines. 15th of April, the Sun conjuncts Chiron. If you have kids, this day could make you very aware of maybe one of your child's triggers. Your child could be potentially a little bit angry around this day, and it does seem to be important to maybe give them reassurance, Sagittarius. If you are with someone from a romantic perspective, you might kind of like hit a sore spot around this day. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, because you might know, okay, this is a point of vulnerability for my romantic partner, so I am going to tread carefully. 12th, 13th of April, depending on where you're based in the world, Venus goes direct. Venus has been retrograde since the beginning of March. I like the fact that Venus goes direct for a variety of reasons. So things might start getting back on track when it comes to your work, your goals, your projects. You might finally have a clear idea of what you want your future to look like when it comes to your home life, your family life, your living situation. You might feel like you are back on track with practical work connected with the home, connected with real estate, connected with your living situation. So I repeat, if you've been, I don't know, like in the midst of redecorating, if you've been like struggling to find the right, I don't know, furniture and so on, Venus going direct is fabulous on so many levels. You might have been reevaluating relationships with family members, but also maybe with friends and with who you welcome into your home. Sagittarians, ever since Venus went retrograde, I do believe that you might have a clear idea of what works for you in relationships with friends and family members as Venus is going direct, let's say. And if someone's been, I don't know, if you've been hosting a friend, or if someone's been spending time in your home, that is not necessarily a family member, Venus going direct is probably opening up the path for them to go on their merry way and find a different, I don't know, like a different accommodation or something like that. 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a full moon in Libra. I did mention the topic of friends. Friendship is tricky. I have to say, around this time, there is a possibility that there could be a conflict with a friend, or that a friend might feel triggered, or you might feel triggered by a friend. There could be a conflict connected with money, but there could also be a conflict coming up related with a matter that feels, I don't know, somehow kind of like secret, or that was supposed to be kept secret. Maybe a friend shares something with someone and you feel a little bit betrayed, I'd say. If that is the case, my recommendation would be to be as open and as direct as possible, and to also be prepared for the other person to be on the defense. I am going to put it out there. There is a very high possibility that you might need to revisit the topic of money and budget and expenses in regards to home life, family life, living situation, but also in regards to children. You and your partner, if you have kids, you might not necessarily be on the same page, and there is a possibility that there could be this sort of argumentative energy in the air around this time. I think it's important for everyone to voice things clearly rather than react from a place of wounded feelings. Feelings are probably going to be hurt. I'm just going to say it. That doesn't mean that you're not speaking the truth. That doesn't mean that the other person is not speaking the truth. But I repeat, there may be some really like strong emotional reactions, especially if you are talking about money. I have to say, rather than reacting from a place of, I repeat, maybe hurt inner child, my recommendation would be to focus on actionable steps and to focus on agreements, commitments, on how this situation can be resolved moving forward. There's also a possibility, if you have kids, that your child, one of them maybe has a bit of a conflict with one of their friends, and they might come to you, and you might try to kind of like help untangle the whole situation. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries, so your mind is going to be very focused on creative projects, but also probably on like fun, enjoyment, and entertainment. Mercury conjunct Neptune. I feel like you are brimming with creative ideas around the 17th of April. I do feel like you're very, very inspired when it comes to your passions, your hobbies, or any creative endeavors. You might be feeling a tiny little bit extra lucky around this time, so there might be a bit of a, I don't know, like gambling kind of like attitude, gambling energy in the air around this time. I would be quite cautious with this. I mean, you are obviously entitled to like spend your money however you want, or take a gamble as much as the other person is entitled to, as any other person is entitled to. But you might be extra courageous around the 17th of April and oversee some facts, I'd say. If you are dating, if you're meeting anyone romantically, maybe for the first time, Mercury conjunct Neptune can essentially gloss over the facts and just focus on the dream, the ideal vision, which, I mean, it's nice in love, but it can also result in disappointment. 19th of April, Mars goes into Leo in your 9th house. I apologize. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo in your 9th house. A lot of energy placed into matters of a legal nature, or of an educational nature, or potentially also a lot of energy placed into traveling or interacting with people from foreign lands and foreign countries. 19th of April, Sun goes into Taurus for the next month. You're going to be quite focused on work. You're going to be feeling pulled in this direction quite a bit. And probably there is a very, very strong emphasis on your health, your daily habits, and so on for the next month. Also, 19th of April, active day before, day after, Mars trines Neptune. I feel like you're having a lot of fun around this time. You might be very physically active. You might also be very kind of like driven and motivated to move your body and to kind of like express your physical kind of like energy in a creative way. So it could be a great day to go out dancing. It could be a great day to maybe compete in a kind of like physical, I don't know, like competition of some sorts if you're doing CrossFit or something like that. You might also decide to take action to commit to a dream that involves physical movement or that involves creative self-expression in some shape or form. 21st of April, Sun squares Mars. There could be a bit of a clash, a bit of a conflict at work because of different kind of beliefs or different cultural backgrounds. 23rd of April, Sun squares Pluto. Communication isn't necessarily going great at work because maybe there's an element that is hidden or buried that is not very, very visible from the outside. So I would spend a little bit of extra time maybe investigating. And if you are being met with a lot of resistance or rigidity from someone else, maybe do take the time to gather more data and present them with the facts. 27th of April, my least favorite day, my least favorite transit is happening, and it's probably going to be active also 2 days before, 2 days after. Mars opposes Pluto. My recommendation, if you can, would be to not travel around this time. Now, if you have to travel, keep in mind that things might get canceled. There could be, I don't know, like an incident on the road on your way to the airport. If you are on the road, if you're driving, please drive extra cautiously. That is my recommendation. Something could break in connection with trains, cars, bicycles, things like that. You could also have a very intense argument or conflict with a guide, a mentor, a teacher, maybe a legal representative, a cousin, a sibling. The argument could focus around different beliefs, different opinions, different worldviews, I'd say. Also, 27th of April, new moon in Taurus in your 6th house of health and day-to-day work. So I feel like you are committing to maybe a new health regimen. Some of you could also start a new work project. Maybe you start working within a new team, or there's maybe like a new team member coming in. There is also a possibility that you might start working on something from home or with a family member, and it could be something that is very, very close to your heart. So I am liking the new moon. I'm not liking the Mars in opposition to Pluto energy. And 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries, and it's going to be there for the rest of May. Sagittarians, I like this transit because relationships with children might not have necessarily been the easiest in the second half of April, and Venus coming in is probably going to smooth things out. Also, there might have been a few kind of like changes of plans when it comes to fun, enjoyment, entertainment in the second half of April, maybe especially last week of April, and that might have really frustrated you, that might have really annoyed you. But now with Venus coming in, it feels like you are finding very positive alternatives when it comes to, I repeat, fun, enjoyment, entertainment, parties, celebrations, and so on. Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. My lovely, lovely, lovely Capricorns, April of 2025, what's going on? So the month kicks off with a Mars Saturn trine on the 5th of April, but you might also feel it day before and day after. I feel like relationships have been potentially quite challenging with Mars in Cancer for a long time. Mars has spent a lot of time in Cancer in your house of interactions and relationships. Ever since last year, the autumn of 2024, then it went back into Cancer beginning of the year in January. And you might have felt like partners, collaborators, business partners, you might have found that they have been a lot more demanding, a lot more easily triggered, a lot more easily irritated. Maybe they've also been going through a tough time of some sorts. Now, it feels like with Mars trining Saturn, things are moving in the right direction. You're making progress when it comes to a relationship, when it comes to a partnership. You're on the same page. Communication is going quite nicely. It feels like you're really empathizing with the other person, and they sense that, and they do feel understood. They do feel seen by you, and they do feel like you are willing to make things work in such a way that it gives them that sort of like emotional reassurance. Capricorns. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct in your 3rd house. I like this. Because if you've been experiencing delays, frustrations, cancellations when it comes to matters connected with transport, education, if you've been experiencing frustrations in your communications with colleagues, with siblings, with neighbors, Mercury going direct is going to help. If you've been trying to buy or to sell something and Mercury has obviously been retrograde ever since mid-March, the fact that it goes direct is probably going to help move things along. So let's say you've been putting, I don't know, you've put your house on the market and it just feels like it went nowhere with Mercury retrograde. Well, now with Mercury direct, fabulous news. You're starting to hear back from, you're starting to hear from potential buyers. I'd say. If you've been struggling to maybe complete a task that involves writing, that involves, I don't know, a presentation for work, for instance, Mercury going direct is probably going to help that sort of like flow of ideas flow even better. Venus conjunct Saturn on the 7th of April and also on the 25th of April. These are two very important days when it feels like you are connecting with someone that you respect, someone that respects you. You're connecting with them on a very serious matter. It can be a matter connected with your career. It feels like it requires a lot of effort on both, from the two of you, on both fronts, for this professional matter to work out. It feels like it requires a lot of patience and persistence to figure out a mutually fulfilling, maybe project or collaboration or solution. And I do believe you might be having important conversations both around the 7th of April, but also around the 25th. I believe that the final kind of like format of the agreement might be coming up around the 25th of April, when Venus is going to be direct and conjunct Saturn a second time. I do believe you might also feel like you have to talk about your values, what makes you happy, what you enjoy, both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April. You might try to explain to someone. Initially, it might feel hard for them to understand. Maybe it feels hard for them to get it. I would not be discouraged. I would not be disappointed, because it does feel like they're ultimately going to get it around the 25th. Now, if you have kids, if your child is asking something of you, if they're pleading with you, if they're saying, yes, please, mom, dad, let me go on this trip, or I don't know, give me money to buy this thing, XYZ. Initially, you might say, let me think about it. Or you might say, maybe no. So I feel like you could rain a little bit on their parade, but they might actually get you to turn around. You might be persuaded around the 25th of April. You may be creatively inspired in terms of writing, both on the 7th as well as on the 25th of April. But if you are not in a rush to maybe present something that you've been writing, if you have to present it after the 25th of April, I would maybe return to whatever it is that you're writing around the 25th, because you might be making some sort of like final tweaks, some final adjustments. Capricorns. Last but not least, both on the 7th of April as well as around the 25th, it may feel like you need to help someone quite selflessly, maybe like a neighbor or a colleague or your mom or a sibling. You might be helping them from a practical perspective with a matter that's giving them a lot of grief, but you might also be helping them by being there and listening to them and maybe offering a shoulder to cry on. 12th of April, Sun conjunct Chiron in your 4th house of home, family, and the past. You might be aware of a sense of woundedness coming from the past in some shape or form. Maybe a wound connected with you feeling like you cannot fully assert yourself in the way that you would like to. There's also a possibility that you might become aware of a parent's maybe like triggers or their own wounds in some shape or form. 12th, 13th of April, Venus goes direct in Pisces. I feel like it's a lot easier to communicate with loved ones, siblings, cousins, neighbors, bosses, children, romantic partners after Venus goes direct. It could also feel like it's a lot easier for you to express what makes you happy from the 12th, 13th of April, because maybe you needed a little bit of time with Venus retrograde since the beginning of March. Maybe you needed a bit of time. I wanna say, my dear Capricorns, to really get to the heart of your value system and to really get to the heart of what brings you pleasure and a sense of inner harmony. Full moon in Libra, 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after. This is a little bit of a mixed one, I'd say. Capricorns, this full moon can bring an open conflict with a business partner, with a maybe like a business advisor, I'm thinking, or like a consultant or like a collaborator, but maybe also an open conflict with a boss, an authority figure. You might be very angry with them. They might be very angry with you. As I said, it is a little bit of a mixed bag because people are feeling quite irritable or irritated, and it's probably not you. I do believe it's more them than it is you. I feel like you can keep your cool. I feel like you can speak calmly. I feel like you can be kind of the grounding force in all of this. And if you can see past the super kind of like inflammatory response coming from the other person in front of you, and if you can keep your cool in terms of focusing on the facts and on the kind of like practical data, I do believe that the relationship can evolve in a much more positive direction. But there's also a possibility that you might decide to cut ties with this person. At the same time, you might decide, yeah, you know what, actually, I'm done working with you. And they could be very frustrated. So do expect a very annoyed response if you're cutting someone out. Also, some of you could be experiencing some sort of a culminating point from a professional perspective. It's interesting because on the one hand, it could feel like a great success. So maybe you are finally receiving that promotion, or you are finally being accepted for, I don't know, that like program overseas. But someone doesn't seem to be really happy with this. It could be a few different types of people. It could be your partner. It could be maybe someone who you're saying goodbye to. It could be someone who you're no longer going to be working with. So there's going to be quite mixed responses, I have to say. Some of you could also be leaving behind a very well-paid position, or like a super kind of like high role, like high up in terms of like hierarchy. And once again, to me, it feels like not everyone is excited for you, even though you're doing this with like an open heart, and you are fully convinced that this is the right way to go. So you don't seem to have any qualms with this, but someone else in your life seems to have some qualms with this. Last but not least, there is a possibility, if you're in a relationship, that your partner could experience maybe a tiny bit of a crisis at home connected with parents, and it does feel like they are very emotionally reactive. So do be aware of that. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries in your house of home and family life and living situation. So there could be a lot to talk about on the family front. And 17th of April, Mercury conjunct Neptune. I feel like you're very, very inspired by maybe a dream, a vision when it comes to what your home life, what your family life could look like. But keep in mind that Neptune doesn't necessarily have an eye for details, and it could focus on the sort of like very appealing elements and gloss over the issues that could malfunction. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo in your 8th house. I feel like you're going to put a lot of energy into figuring things out when it comes to debts, taxes, shared assets, shared resources, investments for the rest of April. 19th of April, Sun goes into Taurus in your 5th house. So it's going to illuminate your sector of fun, children, enjoyment, entertainment, partying, and so on. It is actually a good idea to have some fun in the month ahead, Capricorn. But there are some days that are probably going to be not so fun. I'm just going to say I'm not a massive fan of the 21st of April, because as you're having fun, it could feel like you're maybe irritated by someone who is not on the same page with you, or maybe it feels like there's a crisis at home. A family member is going through a tough time, and they are poking at you and saying, "Help me with this, help me with that." So yeah, just keep that in mind. There's also a possibility, if you're having fun with friends around the 21st of April, that a friend could rub you the wrong way. Maybe they're a little bit jealous. That is a possibility. Also, I'm not necessarily a big fan for fun around the 23rd of April because the sun squares Pluto. So you might end up overspending, or something that you thought would cost a certain amount could end up costing a lot more. Speaking of costs, both the 21st as well as the 23rd, I feel like both of these days could bring costs that maybe you didn't see coming. Maybe they're connected with something that feels somehow kind of like hidden from view. Maybe you were prepared for some of these costs, but they end up eating into some of the budget that you had allocated for fun and enjoyment and entertainment. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I am liking the 19th of April. I did kind of like skip past it. Mars is trining Neptune. I feel like you are very kind of motivated to take action in your personal life to transform something very, very drastically, so that it's very aligned with maybe a dream, a vision that you have, something that feels like, this is the holy grail that we're headed towards. My least favorite aspect of the month is coming up on the 27th of April. Mars opposing Pluto. Active a couple of days before and a couple of days after. This can bring intense conflicts, intense fights, intense arguments over money. There can be this feeling of things shaking up dramatically on the financial front. Maybe things are shaken up dramatically when it comes to your investments, or maybe when it comes to your partner's finances. There is a sense of something being destroyed. I'm not going to mince my words here. I mean, Mars, Pluto is like intense destruction, essentially. If you are having any financial conversations, I would be aware of the fact that they could escalate very, very quickly. You might have to fight some sort of a financial battle. You might need to push back on something. Maybe something ends up costing more than you thought it would, and you might need to even go the extra mile and, I don't know, like take it to court or something along those lines. So take some really, really radical action. I do believe that there could be some sort of a financial crisis connected with home or family life. That doesn't mean that it's affecting you directly. Maybe a parent or a family member is going through a really tough time, and there is a possibility that they might need your help. So I'm going to put that on your radar. This feels like a dramatic clash between your values and someone else's values. I will have to say this, and it could be between your values and the value system of a friend or of a family member, and that makes this clash highly flammable. I don't know how else to say it. So it could escalate dramatically if you ask me. There is a possibility you might cut a friend out of your lives, Capricorns. I'm just gonna say it, because maybe they've done something, or maybe you hear of the fact that they've said something that goes against your principles and goes against your values. So I do want to put that on your radar. New Moon in Taurus, also on the 27th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Now, the new moon is actually not too bad. Even though it is happening at the same time with this sort of like Mars-Pluto opposition. The new moon is ruled by Venus in Pisces, conjunct Saturn. It's a new moon in your 5th house, so it can be a fresh start when it comes to your passions, your hobbies, your creative projects. You might start a new creative project, you might commit to a new passion or hobby, or you might decide to essentially like spend more money or time or energy or more resources on the things that genuinely make you happy, or decide to allocate more of your resources, be it time, be it energy, be it money, towards an activity that makes your child happy. Especially for those of you who are single, obviously, new romantic connection. This could come in around this time, but it could be with someone who has been maybe on your radar for a while. So maybe it's not a fully new person. Maybe it's someone who you've been I don't like chatting with for some time. I feel like you could also start working on a creative project that is collaborative, but that involves maybe either like reading, learning, studying, or writing something. And you could also start studying something that you really, really enjoy. 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries in your fourth house of home and family life. I feel like you're going to really benefit from this transit, Capricorns, because especially last week of April might have been quite, and maybe even like, I'm going to say from the 21st of April onwards, things might have been quite tough, quite tense at home, maybe when it comes to your relationship with a family member. So that's why this Venus transit is probably going to bring a tiny little bit of peace, even though Venus is going to be in Aries, and Aries is a competition slash war-loving sign. This is from an archetypal perspective, so that doesn't mean that if you're in Aries, you love war or anything like that. We're purely talking from a symbolic archetypal perspective. So Venus in Aries might enjoy a bit of clashing and might enjoy kind of like winning arguments. So whilst Venus in general can be quite a peace-loving, peace-bringing, relaxing, soothing influence, it can be still a bit of a mixed bag. I will say this, but nevertheless, relationships with family members can experience an improvement, and it could be a good idea to maybe take the lead, take the initiative, maybe invite them over, maybe do something nice for them if you want to patch things up. I'd say, Capricorns, and that is April for you, my dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings. April of 2025. What is going on? There is a lot going on, Aquarians. So let me just start off chronologically. 5th of April, also active day before and day after, Mars is trining Saturn in your house of income. I like this. It feels like something that you've been pushing for, fighting for, maybe even struggling with. I want to say since January of this year, or maybe even since September of last year. Aquarians, whatever it is that you've been pushing for is happening. So your patience, your persistence, your courage, and even your initiatives are finally being rewarded. So I like this, I like this, I like this. You are getting a lot done around the 5th of April, and things are finally falling into place. It also feels like if you've been fighting for something on the financial front, maybe fighting to get a raise of some sorts, or to secure financing of some sorts, maybe for a work project, that is also progressing really, really, really nicely. So I absolutely like the beginning of the month. I also like the beginning of the month because Mercury is going direct on the 7th of April, followed by Venus going direct 12th, 13th of April. So both Mercury and Venus are going to go direct. Mercury first, 7th of April, and Venus a little bit later in your house of income. So if you've been experiencing delays, frustrations, challenges in communication around money, around financial matters, around securing financing, around, I don't know, maybe hearing back from your loans officer, Mercury going direct and even Venus going direct, both of these are going to help. Mercury seems to help you kind of like clarify things from the 7th of April onwards, especially financial matters maybe that involve someone else, or financial matters that involve taxes, debts, loans, sponsorships, external investments, and so on. I'm also liking the fact that Mercury is going direct because it is probably going to feel like it's bringing some much necessary relief when it comes to the communication with a romantic partner, or when it comes to the communication with your children, if you have kids. So maybe you have been having disagreements with children, or you've been experiencing difficulties in communication with your romantic partner, especially difficulties in communication around values, around finances, around what is truly important, I'd say. 7th of April, Venus is going to conjunct Saturn, and this is going to happen again, Aquarius, also on the 25th. So both the 7th as well as the 25th feel like some really, really important days when it comes to agreements on the financial front. You could be securing a deal that involves the sharing of assets, the sharing of resources. Maybe you are signing a big client, both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th. If you are signing any contracts around financial matters around the 7th of April, I would also, however, be aware of the fact that Venus is going to go direct a little bit later. So you might need to revisit the contract and reach the sort of like final format of this around the 25th of April. You might also have some really important interactions, conversations around shared goals around the 7th of April and also around the 25th of April. And it might take you until the 25th of April to reach this common ground with someone who you're working with or someone who you're collaborating with. Important developments also around financial matters concerning your home life and your family life, coming up both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April. Now, you might be spending quite a bit of money around the 7th and also around the 25th. If you are buying a home, if you're investing in real estate, if you are, I don't know, fixing things around the house, if the home sector is costing you money, both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th, which is very, very possible, I would keep in mind the fact that the expense or whatever it is that is costing you money might reach its final form, let's call it this way, after the 25th of April. So I do want to put that on your radar. Venus is also the ruler of your 9th house, my dear Aquarians. So you might also need to spend money both around the 7th as well as around the 25th, and maybe like talk about financial matters concerning your education, concerning traveling, or concerning a legal matter or a matter connected with visas, residency, foreign lands, foreign countries. So do be aware of that. 12th of April, Sun conjuncts Chiron in your 3rd house. You might need to open up and just kind of like share out in the open something that is a little bit triggering for you when it comes to your interactions with others, when it comes to relationships. There's also a possibility that your significant other or a business partner might openly discuss about something that is a source of pain or frustration for them. Now, they might speak in quite a, I don't want to say temperamental way, but they might use big words. They might come across as a tiny little bit dramatic, and not that there's anything wrong with dramatic. I love dramatic, but for you, it could feel like it's a lot. Like they're making a big fuss, let's say. For them, it's very important. So I would be careful how I kind of like handle this topic, even if for you, it could feel like they are, I don't know, maybe a tad overreacting. 12th, 13th of April, as I've said, Venus is going direct in Pisces. A lot of clarity when it comes to what you truly value, what is truly important for you, especially when it comes to home life, family life, living situation, when it comes to the relationships with family members. If you've been experiencing delays when it comes to a home-related matter or a family-related matter or a legal matter, it does feel like Venus going direct is going to help. But do remember that the post-retrograde shadow period ends in May, mid-May, to be more specific. So I would not necessarily expect an overnight resolution, but you can expect resolution, and you can expect things to start moving in a straight forward sort of motion. 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Full moon in Libra, activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis, or the other way around, 9th house, 3rd house axis. A culmination, a completion, a peak when it comes to your education, when it comes to traveling, when it comes to a legal matter, when it comes to an exam. A legal matter might reach a turning point. Also, when it comes to your work. So if you are taking any sort of legal action when it comes to your work, this full moon could bring some sort of a result. There is a possibility that you might have a very challenging interaction, a very challenging exchange, like a really difficult conversation with a colleague, a coworker, someone in the workspace. It might be that you are completely unaligned with this person when it comes to beliefs, when it comes to worldviews, when it comes to mentalities. If you want to keep on working with this person, I do believe you're probably going to have to potentially make a tiny bit of a compromise when it comes to your belief system. Essentially agree to disagree. I would, if I were in your shoes, Aquarians, especially Aquarius risings, avoid traveling around the time of this full moon. Now, if you have to travel, you have to travel, and it's okay. But I would avoid traveling because it feels like it's going to be a very irritating experience. I don't know, things might get canceled, or you might need to rush to the airport, or you might need to rush to another gate because they have changed the gate. So it is quite a stressful time when it comes to traveling. I'm not gonna lie to you. So if you can avoid it, I would avoid it. But if you cannot avoid it, then I would arm myself with a lot of patience. And also keep in mind that you might need to pay a little bit extra, I don't know, for like another plane ticket, or there might be extra costs involved. Speaking of extra costs, you might need to make a significant payment around this time for your traveling, for your education, or for a legal matter. I am going to say this. You might disagree with someone around this time, not just in the workspace, but also you might disagree with someone in a health setup or around a topic concerning health. Now, the disagreement might come also from the fact that you have completely different cultural backgrounds, and also because you adhere to completely different belief systems. Now, I don't know if that's going to help you avoid the fight or avoid the disagreement, but just know that the source of it could run a lot deeper than you initially think it runs. 16th of April, Mercury goes back into Aries in your third house, so you are going to be very mentally active and very driven to write, to speak, to also kind of like take a lot of like short distance trips, I'd say. Mercury conjuncts Neptune on the 17th of April. You are very mentally inspired. I would write down your ideas. I would write down, if you are in a creative space, your sort of like dreams. You might dream something up. Ideas could come to you in your dreams. Ideas could come to you in your sleep, in your meditations. This is a beautiful conjunction for poets. It's a beautiful conjunction for musicians, for anyone that communicates in an artistic manner. It's not a great day to do Excel spreadsheets kind of work, because you might gloss over the details, and your attention to details is not necessarily super sharp. I would also resist the urge to inflate things and kind of present the truth in, I don't know, like a format that is more aligned with fiction rather than reality, let's say. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo in your house of relationships for the next 2 months. So there's going to be a lot of action on the relationship front and a lot of intense conversations, sometimes even arguments or conflicts. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because through conflict, a lot of things do get solved. Your partners, business partners, and life partner, Aquarius, might become or might come across to you as very demanding, as very maybe a little bit argumentative, very talkative. I'm not a big fan in April of the following dates. After Mars goes into Leo, I'm not a big fan of the 21st of April, maybe also day before and day after, when the Sun squares Mars. So you could have an argument with a partner or with a parent over a matter connected with home life, family life, living situation. I'm also not a big fan of the 27th of April. This is my least favorite day of the month, and also I want to give you a heads up. It's an energy that is active also a couple of days before and a couple of days after the 27th of April. So Mars opposes Pluto. You are encountering very strong, very intense opposition from someone. Who is this someone? This person could be And when I say opposition, it might feel like they're attacking you. Now, not necessarily physically, although from a physical perspective, I would stay away from confrontational kind of like setups. I would stay away from circumstances in which you could expose yourselves to physical danger, Aquarius. Now, I repeat, you might not be in any physical danger at all, but I would be safe, better safe than sorry. So I would not maybe go out at night. I would not put myself in, I don't know, like unsafe environments, unsafe, I don't know, like neighborhoods or whatnot. But from a more symbolic perspective, you might feel this like really strong attack and opposition from someone who disagrees with you vehemently. It could be a very strong adversary, but it could also be a partner. It could be a life partner or a business partner. If you're getting into a conflict, which is quite likely, and it might not be you stirring up the the seeds of conflict, it might be the other person. I would tread carefully because it does feel like this conflict could lead to a breakup. You might break up with a business partner, you might break up with a boss, you might break up with a partner. This is not enough for a breakup, but I do believe it's going to be like really intense, really transformative. A relationship is probably going to be very intensely transformed after this opposition, and to the point where you might decide to go your separate ways. You might break up also with someone like an advisor, a counselor, a consultant, a business consultant, your accountant, I don't know, your therapist. So that is the energy. But I repeat, I would also stay away from potentially physically dangerous situations. I would also not overdo things from a physical perspective. No intense workouts or trainings around this time, if you ask me. Of course, you have free will. You can do whatever you please, Aquarius. I am going to go a little bit back in time. So 19th of April, the sun goes into Taurus in your 4th house of home. So it illuminates this sector of your chart for the next month. Mars also on the 19th of April trines Neptune, and it's active day before and day after. So I do feel like you are very inspired by the interaction with someone. Maybe they kind of like give you a lot of like food for thought. They give you something to dream about. You are kind of like very inspired by their passion for a topic. You could also have really strong physical chemistry with someone around this time. 21st of April, as I said, Sun squares Mars. 23rd of April, Sun squares Pluto. You may feel like you have to reveal something to a family member, maybe a parent, something that you would rather not reveal, or that you would have rather kept to yourself, I'd say. Also 27th of April, we have a new moon in Taurus. New beginning, fresh start at home. It could be symbolic, it could be literal. So you might move into a new home, or there could be a new start when it comes to home life, family life. Maybe you decide to start renovating the home, or maybe a new person comes into the home, or maybe you make a decision regarding your home life, maybe make a decision regarding the relationship that you have with family members. Some of you could essentially, I do believe there's a strong kind of like element of spending money in connection with the home. So some of you could start maybe investing more into your home life, into, I don't know, like beautifying the house, or like turning it into the home of your dreams. Your parents, or like one of them, could also experience a new beginning at work potentially, or a new beginning when it comes to their financial situation. It does feel like this is, for the most part, auspicious. I am going to put it out there. And 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries in your 3rd house. It's going to stay there for most of May. So you're really going to enjoy sharing your thoughts, your opinions, talking to people, reaching out to people, any sort of like educational activities, and also any activities involving short distance traveling. So I'm thinking mostly of like road trips, trip by train, and so on. And that is Aquarius, my dear, dear, dear Pisces. Thank you for sticking around. Pisces suns and Pisces risings. What is going on in April? Well, I think you're going to like April because of a lot of things. Why Pisces? So let me start with the first important transit of the month. 5th of April, active day before and after, Mars trines Saturn in your 1st house. It feels like you are finally mustering up the courage, I think that's the saying, to take action in the direction of maybe maybe a personal goal, maybe something that fills your heart with joy, maybe in the direction of a creative project that is very close to your heart. It might also feel like things are getting unstuck on the romantic front. So if you've been experiencing maybe arguments, fights, frustration, irritation on the romantic front, it feels like finally things are back on track, and you can work with this romantic partner a lot better. If you've been experiencing frustration in your relationship with children, I also like this transit because it feels like you are on the same page. You get them, they get you. You are much more aligned from an emotional perspective. You might also feel ready after a lot of delays and postponements and frustration to maybe invest more time, more energy, more money even into the activities that make you happy, I'd say. Into your passions, into your hobbies, maybe into traveling, and so on. 7th of April, Mercury goes direct. You're going to like this, Pisces. I absolutely think so. In the same way that you're probably going to like Venus going direct in Pisces on the 12th, 13th of April. So let's start with Mercury. If you've been experiencing challenges in communication, Pisces, especially when it comes to your communication with partners, life partners, business partners, collaborators, family members. If you've been experiencing frustration in communication around home-related matters, Mercury going direct is going to help. Things are going to start getting resolved. You might also feel like you are getting your thoughts in order, which is a very important thing, because sometimes we might think that we're being clear, but with Mercury and Pisces, communication is vague at best. Communication with Mercury and Pisces functions best maybe when there's this sort of like imagery attached to it, or maybe when we can use the imagination or communicate in a nonverbal way. But when it comes to talking about like facts or like data or stats or stuff like that, not ideal. And Mercury retrograde, also not ideal. So you might finally make up your mind about certain things connected with home life, family life, living situation. You might feel ready to maybe attack, let's say, some kind of like home related matters. So if you want to sell something around the house, or if you want to start something around the house, like, I don't know, like a renovation project or like an extension project, Mercury going direct says, go, 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 go. 7th of April, but also 25th of April, Venus conjunct Saturn. I feel like you're going to make a commitment around both of these times, potentially. A commitment of effort that is linked with greater self-love and greater self-appreciation. So you might have been reevaluating maybe your own relationship with yourselves, Pisces, especially during the Venus retrograde last week of March-ish until the 12th, 13th of April. And on the 7th of April, Venus is still retrograde. So you might have reached a conclusion, maybe a conclusion that you reached a while ago, that you do need to take better care of yourselves, that you are worth that you are worth the effort, so to speak. So you might make a commitment to yourselves, maybe a commitment that you've wanted to make for a long time, that, like I said, involves patience, effort, consistency, maybe some sort of personal transformation. But you're thinking, okay, I've been trying to do this for a long time. I am going to do it. You might also make a commitment to someone else that involves you being patient, disciplined, persistent, and that involves you potentially making some sort of a transformation in terms of how you talk about your own kind of like needs, feelings, and emotions. So you might be making this commitment around both the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April, or you might be talking about the same thing with this person, both around the 7th as well as around the 25th. The final commitment and agreement might be reached around the 25th. I'd say it does look like you're putting a lot of effort both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April into a relationship. So you might be taking on extra work. You might be putting a lot of effort into a relationship with maybe like a sibling, a colleague, a friend. You might be taking very seriously around both of these times your duties and commitments towards I'm going to say a friend potentially, but also maybe towards a sibling or a cousin. You might need to also have serious conversations with these people, both around the 7th of April as well as around the 25th of April. The point of clarity actually seems to come if you're talking to someone around the 25th of April, when Venus is going to be direct and conjunct Saturn. I also believe that you might be deciding to commit to a class, a course, maybe to like studying something or writing something, or like spending time understanding a topic around the 25th of April. You might be committing to doing this, and you're doing it both for you, but you might also be doing it for someone else that relies on you. I also believe around the 25th, it's actually like a good time to make a commitment when it comes to taking better care of yourselves, Pisces, in such a way that it results in, I don't know, like a more like harmonious physique, or a more kind of like presentable like appearance in some way. So I'm just going to give a random example. Let's say you decide to commit to finally taking your supplements, and I don't know, maybe your skin is going to thank you, your hair is going to thank you. We have to remember Venus is the planet of beauty, okay? Going back in time, 12th of April, Sun conjuncts Chiron in Aries in your second house. I feel like this is an interesting one. So I feel like your focus is definitely on money. You might also realize how you've been underselling yourselves, Pisces, or how you've been maybe not evaluating or not appreciating your worth properly. And you might have that aha moment and say, okay, I actually do bring a lot to the table, especially in a work environment. I do deserve to be compensated sufficiently. Venus goes direct 12th, 13th of April. As I said, in Pisces in your first house. Venus was retrograde since the beginning of March. Venus is the ruler of your third house of communications, sales, conversations, short distance traveling, cars. A matter connected with a car might finally be on its way to resolution. Maybe you decide to finally sell a car or buy a car if you've been postponing that. And also, your investment sector seems to be looking a lot better in terms of prospects. Now, this is not financial advice. Please only take it as a piece of information for like entertainment purposes only. You may have been experiencing delays or frustrations or a sense of unease, or even tangible hits when it comes to your investment sector. Now, with Venus going direct, I do believe things are starting to look better. I do believe you're probably increasingly optimistic. You might start seeing some good wins, but not until after the full moon in Libra. So there's going to be a full moon in Libra, 12th, 13th of April. Well, actually 13th of April, active 3 days before, 3 days after. Activating your financial sector, and especially your 8th house of investments, taxes, debts, loans. This full moon is in a tense aspect to Mars. I do feel like your investments, especially those that were quite risky, might be taking a tiny little bit of a final hit, and then things are starting to like stabilize. It might feel like you need to take some sort of action when it comes to your investments, and act fast and think fast. This is not, I repeat, financial advice, but I would steer clear of gambling, or what feels like gambling, or what feels like taking dramatic risks, because impulsivity and speed and dramatic risks might backfire. I would take a very cautious approach. Venus, the ruler of the full moon, the dispositor of the full moon, is conjunct Saturn. So a conservative, reserved, cautious approach is probably going to pay off in the long term. This can also be a time when you have to make a significant payment. You might need to pay off your investors, or you might need to pay the tax man, or you might need to pay your credit card, or you might need to make a big payment concerning children. So children might bring into your life a big expense. I do feel like this is putting a tiny bit of a strain on you emotionally and financially, and you might need to revisit expenses connected with children, but also expenses connected with pleasures. So you might need to take a different approach when it comes to how much money you spend on fun, pleasure, entertainment, because otherwise, like, things are very kind of like challenging emotionally. So the kind of like the level of expenses that you're dealing with is taking a bit of an emotional toll on you, Pisces. I do have to say this. There is a chance of a fight around money and finances, especially with children. If you have kids, you might fight with your kid, or with in-laws, or with maybe a legal advisor. There could be a bit of tension or friction or an argument around money and finances. There could also be some sort of an argument that you're having with kids, but maybe also with a romantic partner potentially, around something having been hidden from you. Now, if they have hidden something from you, or if you have hidden something from them, I would maybe take the time to explain why, and also keep in mind that the other person might be quite irritable. That doesn't mean that you have to react with the same amount of irritation if you want to keep on nurturing this relationship. 16th of April, Mercury goes into Aries in your house of income, and 17th of April, Mercury conjuncts Neptune. I feel like 17th of April could be a great day for this sort of inspired vision that you have on the financial front. You might get this sort of like aha moment. You might get this sort of like idea as to how you can make more money, as to how you can make money in a new way, as to how you can monetize your resources maybe in a new way, as to how you can maybe make money off of something that is aligned with the collective ideals. There is a chance that a partnership might knock on your door with the promise of a lot of money. And I'm just going to say this. Yes, you might make a lot of money out of it, but I would make sure to sit down and to talk through the details with this person, because they might gloss over the details. They might gloss over the fine print, and you might end up further down the line with a lot of headaches because the details have been glossed over. 18th of April, Mars goes into Leo in your house of day-to-day work for the next 2 months approximately. So you're going to put a lot of energy into work. You're going to be very, 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 very busy, Pisces. But I also believe you're going to have a lot to take care of, a lot of action that needs to be taken on the health front. My recommendation would be, potentially, if you know that you need to check something health-wise, if you know that something has been a source of, I don't know, like irritation, inflammation, something hasn't been functioning properly health-wise, I would take action on that front before the 27th of April. Maybe even before the 25th. Why? Because 27th, 2 days before, 2 days after, I do foresee a potential health crisis, especially if you've been dealing with a health crisis around the first week of January, when Mars opposed Pluto once again. If you haven't dealt with any sort of like health crisis, then I do believe you're probably in the clear. But if you know that something needs to be actioned on the health front, I would do it before, I repeat, the 25th of April, so that nothing really kind of like intense comes up around the 27th, 25th, 26th, 27th that needs immediate and radical action. That is my recommendation. Now, with Mars in Leo, there are a few kind of like key dates. So the 27th of April is definitely my least favorite aspect of the month. Mars opposing Pluto. This can result in some sort of health crisis, but it can also result in an intense clash at work. To the point where you might decide to walk away, or you might decide to completely transform your work environment. I want to say you might break up with an organization or break up with a team. It feels like things can escalate dramatically. You might uncover something that's been buried or hidden, and it might feel like you need to completely distance yourselves from this Pisces. I would also keep in mind that there is a possibility that whatever it is that you are fighting for or arguing about at work around the 25th of April until the 29th might have a lot deeper implications than you initially thought it would have. So do choose your battles very, 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 very wisely, if you ask me. Mars is also the ruler of your house of income. You might need to make a significant payment, and it could be a lot larger than you thought it would be. Something connected with your health, or connected with your work, or connected with fixing something. So something might be broken, and it might need to be fixed. You might come across as overly dominant and pushy and like strong and intense around this time. Pisces, I am going to say be careful that you are not perceived as a bully. I mean, you might say, who, me, a bully? Never. But there is a chance that you might be perceived as that, especially in a work environment around the 27th of April, 2 days before, 2 days after. So do be aware of that and do choose your words very, 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 very wisely. I'd say. I'm going to go a little bit back in time. 19th of April, Mars trines Neptune in Aries. It feels like you are taking inspired action at work. So I did give you a warning, but now I'm also sharing the good news. Inspired action at work, action inspired by a dream, a vision, an ideal. If you feel like maybe expanding towards, I don't know, like a different market, or maybe collaborating with someone who is based abroad in the work sector, I would take action in that direction because it can probably pay off beautifully. You also seem to move quite fast with a work-related initiative, and it might even be a pleasant surprise to you to see how well things are going. Also, 19th of April, the sun goes into Taurus in your third house, so a lot of opportunities to talk, to present things, maybe to network with people over the next month, but also a lot of focus on cars, siblings, and the neighborhood. 21st of April, Sun squares Mars, a little bit of a conflictual energy and communication at work with a colleague, maybe with a client, but also, I'm gonna say, maybe annoyance or frustration in traffic. 23rd of April, Sun squares Pluto. You might realize that something is not functioning properly when it comes to your car or when it comes to your preferred mode of transportation. You might also uncover some sort of like hidden information, and it could feel like this changes everything for you in the workspace or maybe also in the health space. If you feel like something is not right health-wise, I've mentioned this before, I'm going to mention it again, do take action and do not postpone. That's my recommendation. This is not health advice. Please listen to the advice of your doctor. 27th of April, I did mention the Mars-Pluto opposition, but we also have a new moon in Taurus. New beginning, fresh start when it comes to cars, transportation. You might buy a new car, you might sell a car, you might decide to take a new route to work, maybe commute to work, but also potentially a fresh start maybe when it comes to classes, courses. You might enroll on a new class. You might also decide to approach communication differently, Pisces, especially communication about what matters to you, what you value, what is important to you. So you might decide to speak more openly about what you enjoy, what brings you pleasure, what brings you a sense of inner harmony. You might also reset your relationship with a sibling, a neighbor, or a colleague. So this could feel like a positive fresh start in this direction, Pisces. And 30th of April, Venus goes into Aries in your second house. Venus is going to stay there for pretty much most of May. This month, especially from the, I'm going to say 20th, 21st of April until the end of the month, Pisces, I do believe you might have had some unexpected and quite intense experiences on the financial front. So maybe unexpected expenses, maybe you've spent more money than you were supposed to, maybe you might have even lost a source of income. I am going to say this, but with Venus going into Aries, you are probably going to attract more money, more business opportunities, more appreciation from those who are supposed to pay you from the 30th of April for most of May. So things are looking up from a financial perspective. Folks, I want to thank you once again for tuning in for your April horoscope. Remember that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com, writteninthestars-astrology.com. Generally, the waiting time is around a month to a month and a half, but there is also an emergency reading, an emergency consultation option on my website. So if you are dealing with something last minute, or if you do not want to wait to book a personal consultation with me, there is that option. So from the time that you book it, we aim to meet within 72 hours time after you have made the payment, after you've made the booking. If you're active on Instagram, I'm also active on Instagram. You can find me at Rux Unbelievable. In one word, Rux Unbelievable. If you like my content, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, a like, a share, a follow, a comment. Share it with your friends if you find it useful. And you can also support my channel using the thanks donation button underneath the video. Let us know how April plays out for you, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you. Bye.